Your mind isn't a battlefield. It's a garden. It doesn't need fixing, just space to breathe again. This isn't a list of wellness hacks or trendy detoxes. It's 300 simple, funny, and deeply human ways to unclog your thoughts, slow your heartbeat, and remember what calm actually feels like, without quitting life to live on a mountain. They say silence is golden, but in the modern world it feels more like an endangered species. Our lives hum, buzz, and ping at a frequency that never really stops. Even in moments of rest, there's a low background static, the inbox we haven't checked, the unread message blinking somewhere behind our eyelids. We live surrounded by sound, yet starving for quiet. But here's the thing about silence. It's not empty. It's full of signals, sensations, and the subtle pulse of being alive. The human brain, for all its brilliance, was never designed to function in constant noise. Long before deadlines and digital alarms, stillness was our natural habitat. Our ancestors listened to wind, water, and their own breathing. What we now call meditation was once just existence. Science is only catching up to what intuition has always known. The mind doesn't just enjoy quiet, it requires it. In studies, even 2 minutes of silence showed greater restorative effects on the brain than soft music. Neural pathways calm down. The amygdala, the little almond-shaped alarm bell in your head, finally takes a lunch break. Your thoughts stretch out, less like tangled cords, more like smooth threads. Stillness, it turns out, is not a luxury, it's maintenance, but we've been conditioned to distrust it. Somewhere along the line, silence became suspicious. If things are too quiet, we assume something's wrong. We fidget, check our phones, fill the air with words. Noise became proof of progress. Motion became proof of meaning. Yet beneath all that activity, the nervous system keeps whispering, "Stop, just for a second." The irony is that stillness doesn't slow life down. It clarifies it. In quiet, your senses sharpen. You start noticing the way light moves through a room, or how your breath sounds like the sea when you're not thinking about it. Time stops rushing, it expands. That expansion is what peace feels like. Not escape, not avoidance, expansion. If you've ever felt creative inspiration while showering, driving, or walking alone, that's stillness at work. Those moments are not accidental. They're neurological recalibration. When the mind stops processing external noise, it starts connecting dots internally. Your subconscious, ignored all day, finally gets a chance to speak. That's why some of your best ideas come when you stop trying to have them. Stillness isn't just mental, it's physiological. During silence, the body activates the parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest mode. Heart rate lowers, cortisol drops, blood pressure stabilizes. You literally heal faster when you're calm. Modern medicine calls it autonomic regulation. Ancient monks called it presence. Same phenomenon, different branding. Yet we keep resisting it. We mistake noise for life, busyness for importance. We keep our headphones on, our screens glowing, our thoughts racing, because silence can feel like exposure. It reveals things we've buried: loneliness, exhaustion, truth. But facing those feelings is the toll we pay to cross back into peace. Here's the secret most wellness trends forget. Stillness isn't about escaping the world. It's about participating in it more fully. When you quiet the static, you can finally hear the melody underneath. You start to notice what matters and what doesn't. You realize how much mental weight you've been carrying from things that don't deserve that space. The science of stillness isn't just about brain chemistry, it's about identity. Who are you when you're not reacting? When no one's watching? When there's nothing to perform? That's the version of you that stillness introduces. It's raw, unpolished, but profoundly real. Try it for 5 minutes. No phone, no music, no multitasking. Just sit. The first thing you'll feel is discomfort, then boredom, then, if you stay long enough, something else. Relief. The kind of relief that comes from remembering you're allowed to stop. You don't need permission to rest, because silence, once you stop running from it, isn't hollow. It's home. Stillness has a strange side effect. It changes your relationship with time. The clock keeps ticking, but you stop counting. Minutes dissolve into a kind of presence that doesn't care about schedules. It's not laziness, it's alignment. The body loves rhythm, not rush. The mind loves focus, not frenzy. When both are allowed to sync, peace becomes your default setting instead of a luxury you can't afford. Think of the brain as a river. Most days, it's a flood, muddy, fast, unpredictable. Stillness doesn't dam the river, it clears it. It lets the current slow enough for reflection to form. That's when self-awareness appears, floating up like sunlight on water. You start seeing your own patterns clearly, the stories you replay, the worries you rehearse, the noise you mistake for necessity. And slowly, clarity replaces chaos. You realize not every thought is a command, not every emotion is a fact. Stillness gives you space between feeling and reacting, a sacred gap where choice lives. It's where patience is born, where wisdom grows roots, where peace stops being abstract and becomes something you can hold. The modern mind fears that gap because it feels like losing control, but the truth is that's where real control begins. When you can pause, you can choose. When you can choose, you can live intentionally instead of automatically. Most people never get that far. They're too busy trying to fill the silence that could have saved them. Your nervous system notices, though. Every time you pause, it recalibrates. Every time you breathe consciously, it rewrites your stress response. These are not metaphors, they're measurable shifts. Brain scans show that people who regularly practice stillness have thicker grey matter in the prefrontal cortex, the area responsible for decision-making and empathy. In other words, quiet makes you smarter and kinder. But the benefits go beyond biology. Stillness restores perspective. When you step out of the mental noise, you start seeing problems at their true size instead of their imagined scale. You realize most of what kept you up at night was just distorted echoes of fear bouncing around an overactive mind. There's a kind of magic in ordinary silence, the hum of the refrigerator, rain on windows, the sound of your own breathing. These things aren't background noise, they're grounding cues. They remind you that you exist here now, not in the next worry or the last mistake. Stillness, practiced daily, becomes an anchor, a reminder that peace isn't elsewhere. It's in how you meet the moment. So the next time the world feels too loud, don't run from it. Don't chase escape through entertainment or distraction. Sit. Let the noise settle like dust in sunlight. You'll notice something miraculous. The quiet isn't empty. It's spacious. It's forgiving. It's yours. Stillness doesn't demand that you change everything. It just invites you to notice. And in that noticing, life slows down enough for you to actually live it. That's the science of stillness. Less about the brain and more about coming home to it. You've been breathing all your life, but have you ever actually noticed it? Most people don't until they run out of air. Breathing is the one thing that connects every version of you. The child, the adult, the tired, the calm. It's so automatic, so constant, that it becomes invisible. Yet it's the most powerful tool you have to control your mind without saying a word. Every inhale is an invitation. Every exhale, a letting go. Somewhere in between lives, the calm you keep chasing in other places, in caffeine, in playlists, in late-night scrolling that never helps. Breathing is the body's oldest language. It's how your cells communicate with your thoughts. It's how the nervous system decides whether to fight, freeze, or finally rest. Science calls it the vagus nerve, a long, wandering messenger that connects your brain to your body like a telephone line. When your breathing is fast and shallow, it tells your brain, "We're in danger." When it's slow and deep, it whispers, "We're safe." You can trick your entire physiology into calm just by how you breathe. No supplements, no apps, no gurus, just lungs and awareness. The funny part? You already know how to do it. You were born breathing right, deep, rhythmic, belly first. Watch a baby sleep and you'll see perfect form. Somewhere between childhood and adulthood, we unlearned it. Stress, posture, and constant stimulation turned natural breathing into survival breathing, shallow, chest high, fast. The body thinks we're running from something even when we're just replying to an email. So start again. Inhale slowly through your nose. Let your stomach rise before your chest. Pause at the top, then exhale through your mouth like you're fogging a mirror. That's it. That's your built-in antidepressant, anti-anxiety medicine, and mental reboot. Available anytime, completely free, with zero side effects, except peace. This isn't spiritual fluff. Breathing literally changes brain chemistry. Deep, diaphragmatic breaths increase oxygen flow to the prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for logic and decision-making. At the same time, carbon dioxide levels drop, signaling the amygdala to calm down. It's like pressing the reset button on your entire emotional system. You go from panic to presence, one exhale at a time. In yoga, they call it pranayama, control of life force. In medicine, it's called respiratory regulation. In truth, it's the same thing wearing different clothes. Ancient monks, athletes, Navy SEALs, and therapists all use breath to command the same response. Stillness within motion. Because when you can control your breath, you can control your state. But breathing isn't only a science, it's a story. It's what your body tells the world when you're too tired to speak. The sigh after a long day, the quick inhale before bad news, the trembling breath before a confession. Each one says, "I'm here. I'm human." Every emotion you've ever felt has ridden the rhythm of breath. Most of us breathe reactively, to stress, to fear, to the pace of others. What changes everything is breathing intentionally. Try this. Before opening your phone in the morning, take 3 slow breaths. Before answering a message that annoys you, 1 long breath. Before bed, 5 steady breaths that feel like waves pulling tension out of you. These are tiny rituals that make enormous differences, because the breath is honest. It tells you exactly what you feel before your mind admits it. Shallow means anxious. Uneven means distracted. Slow means safe. Learn to read your breath, and you'll learn to read yourself. There's a rhythm hiding inside you that no playlist can match. It's the original music of being alive. Inhale, exhale, repeat. Every calm person you've ever met didn't find their serenity in silence alone. They found it in breath. They learned that peace isn't a place you visit, it's a pace you choose. And maybe that's what modern life forgot, that we don't need to invent new ways to calm down. The body already knows how. We just have to listen to the oldest instinct we have. Air in, air out, stay present. Try this right now. Breathe in slowly. Hold it for a moment. Let it go. You didn't just read words. You participated in your own peace. You reminded your body that it's alive, and that's something worth paying attention to. When your breath steadies, your thoughts follow. The mind becomes a mirror again instead of a storm. And in that quiet rhythm, you realize peace was never far. It was always pulsing between your ribs, waiting to be noticed. Your breath has been doing its quiet work since the moment you were born, unnoticed and underappreciated. It keeps score of your emotions, translating every joy and frustration into rhythm. When you're angry, it's sharp. When you're afraid, it hides. When you're calm, it dances. The body knows how to tell its story long before the mind catches up, and breathing is its language. When you start paying attention, you realize how often you hold your breath without knowing it, during a tense conversation, while scrolling through bad news, when waiting for someone's reply. Those small pauses are the mind's subtle flinches, the body's way of bracing for impact. You don't notice the strain, but your nervous system does. Each shallow inhale sends a message. Something isn't right. And so your heart beats faster, your shoulders rise, your jaw tightens, all from forgetting to breathe. That's why returning to the breath feels like forgiveness. The moment you take a full inhale and a long, slow exhale, it's as if the body says, "Finally." You can almost hear the sigh ripple through your chest. Breathing is how you tell your own biology that you're safe again. It's not magic, it's memory. The body remembering its own peace. The next time you feel overwhelmed, don't analyze it. Don't scroll, don't escape. Just breathe, deep and deliberate. Let the air move like waves, steady, circular, endless. It won't fix your problems, but it will fix the part of you that thinks you can't handle them, because you can. You always could. You just needed to get oxygen back to the part of your brain that remembers how. Breathing is the bridge between what happens to you and how you react to it. It's the pause between trigger and response, between fear and perspective. You can't control everything that happens, but you can control this, one inhale, one exhale, one deliberate reset at a time. In that way, breathing is the simplest form of mindfulness. It keeps you anchored to now, because you can only breathe in the present. You can't inhale yesterday or save breath for tomorrow. Each one happens here, proof that the only real moment you ever live in is this one. And the more you breathe consciously, the more the present begins to feel like home again. People think meditation means emptying the mind. It doesn't. It means coming back to the breath every time you leave it. The mind will wander. That's its nature. The trick is not to fight it. Each time you return to your breathing, you're strengthening the muscle of awareness. It's repetition, not perfection, that builds calm. Try noticing the small details, the coolness of air entering your nose, the warmth leaving your lips, the tiny pause between in and out. That's where peace hides. Not in silence or stillness, but in awareness. The more you notice, the less the world feels like it's happening to you, and the more it feels like it's unfolding with you. When breath becomes a friend, stress loses its grip. Even on the busiest days, it's there, a quiet rhythm behind everything, waiting to be remembered. You can reset your entire mood in 60 seconds, no matter where you are. 3 slow breaths before answering. 1 full inhale before speaking. A deep exhale before reacting. It's not a ritual, it's self-respect. And maybe that's what makes breathing sacred. It's the one thing you share with every living thing around you. The same air moving through your lungs drifts through trees, oceans, cities, strangers. Inhale, and the world enters you. Exhale, and you give something back. It's the most natural reminder that you belong here, in this moment, in this body, exactly as you are. So take another one, right now. Slow and deep. Feel it fill you. Let it go. That's balance. That's presence. That's you, resetting without even trying. Your mind doesn't live in your head alone. It spills into your surroundings. The mess on your desk, the overflowing closet, the half-finished to-do list. They all hum quietly in the background like static. You don't even hear it anymore, but your brain does. It's the same hum that keeps you restless even after a long day, the invisible noise that turns calm into chaos without ever raising its voice. Clutter isn't just physical, it's psychological. Every object around you holds a tiny piece of your attention, a thread of unfinished thought. A pile of unread books whispers that you're behind. A drawer full of things you might need one day tells your subconscious to keep waiting for later instead of living in now. Even the clothes you never wear remind you of past versions of yourself, ones you've already outgrown but haven't let go of. When you walk into a cluttered room, your brain doesn't just see stuff, it processes decisions. Keep or toss, useful or sentimental. That silent mental traffic jams your focus and floods your nervous system with background stress. Science calls it cognitive overload. Your grandmother called it too much going on. Either way, it steals peace one misplaced object at a time. Minimalism became trendy, but simplicity isn't about white walls and perfectly folded shirts. It's about breathing space, the kind your mind can stretch in. The goal isn't to own nothing, it's to stop being owned by everything. When you clear a surface, you clear your head. When you open a window, you open a possibility. The connection isn't metaphorical, it's neurological. Studies show that visual clutter limits your ability to concentrate and increases cortisol, the stress hormone. But in a clean, ordered space, the brain literally calms down. Think about the last time you cleaned something, really cleaned it. Maybe a drawer, a desk, a corner of your room. Remember that small burst of relief? That's dopamine. Your brain rewards clarity because it recognizes safety in order. It's not about perfection, it's about permission. Every act of decluttering says you can stop holding everything at once. But clutter is rarely just about things. It's about emotions that don't know where to go. The gifts you never liked but feel guilty throwing away. The notes from people you no longer speak to. The objects that belong more to memory than utility. We keep them because we mistake letting go for forgetting. Yet, decluttering isn't erasing history. It's choosing which stories still deserve space in your present. Try starting small. One drawer, one folder, one shelf. As you sort, pay attention to how your body feels. Notice the subtle shift in your breath as you make room. Each cleared inch becomes a little exhale for your nervous system. You're not just tidying, you're untangling yourself from silent obligations. There's a lightness that follows clarity, a silence that fills the space where noise used to live. It's addictive, but in the best way. The kind that doesn't demand more stuff to feel good, it asks for less. You begin to understand that peace doesn't always come from adding, but from subtracting. Because every object you remove isn't just gone, it takes a little bit of your stress with it. What's left isn't emptiness, it's room. And room, both mental and physical, is what peace looks like when it's finally allowed to move in. There's something almost sacred about an empty space. The moment you clear a table, silence seems to settle there like dust. Except this kind of dust feels good. Your eyes rest, your breath slows, your shoulders drop a little. It's proof that your environment doesn't just mirror your mood, it shapes it. A clean room feels like an exhale you didn't know you were holding. Clutter doesn't disappear overnight, and it shouldn't. It's not about throwing things away, it's about learning what deserves to stay. There's emotion woven into every item you own. That concert ticket still stuck in a drawer isn't trash. It's nostalgia. That chipped mug from college isn't junk. It's history. But peace doesn't come from keeping everything that ever meant something. It comes from realizing that memories don't live in objects. They live in you. When you start letting go, guilt usually shows up first. It whispers, what if you need it later? What if it meant more than you thought? That's not logic. It's attachment disguised as responsibility. The truth is, most things we hold onto just in case only remind us how rarely that case ever comes. And when it does, life usually hands us something better anyway. Minimalism isn't about denial. It's about discernment. It's not anti-stuff. It's pro-peace. You start to understand that the space around you affects the space inside you. When your desk clears, your thinking sharpens. When your shelves breathe, your mind follows. It's not decoration, it's emotional architecture. Decluttering also means confronting identity. You're not the same person who bought those clothes, kept those notes, started that half-finished project. Sometimes we keep clutter because it's a monument to past ambitions. Letting go feels like admitting we've changed. But that's the point. You have changed. Growth means leaving behind what no longer fits, whether it's an idea, a plan, or a jacket. Even digital clutter carries weight. Your inbox, your downloads folder, the endless screenshots of things you swore you'd read later. Each one takes a small toll. The mind treats unfinished tasks like open tabs, constantly refreshing in the background. Every "I'll get to it" steals a piece of focus from the present. Try deleting 5 emails or old files and notice the subtle lift in your chest. That's relief disguised as organization. There's a moment after cleaning or simplifying when stillness rushes in. You stand in your room, looking at the open space, and it feels like your mind finally matches your surroundings. That quiet isn't emptiness, it's capacity, it's potential. Suddenly, you have room to breathe, to think, to create. You realize peace was never something you had to buy. It was something you had to clear space for. Decluttering isn't about tidying once and being done. It's about living with awareness. Every new thing you bring into your life should earn its place. Does it serve you? Does it lift you? Or does it quietly weigh you down? This kind of mindfulness turns every purchase, every saved item, into a small act of self-respect. And when you start applying that same principle to thoughts, something powerful happens. You begin decluttering mentally. You stop rehearsing old arguments, stop holding on to imagined futures, stop dragging your past around like carry-on luggage. The same question applies. Does this thought serve me? If not, it can go. Letting go doesn't mean losing, it means lightening. And lightness, when it reaches the mind, feels like freedom. You stop tripping over your own history and start walking freely in your present. So maybe peace isn't a feeling that appears out of nowhere. Maybe it's what's left when you remove everything that isn't peace. The excess, the noise, the unnecessary weight. It all hides the simplicity that's been waiting underneath. Decluttering isn't just a task. It's a conversation between your inner and outer world. Every drawer cleaned is a thought released. Every corner cleared is a sigh of relief. And every time you let go of something, you're really making space for yourself. The version that breathes easier, sleeps better, and finally feels at home in the quiet. There's a certain calm that lives outside walls, a kind that no screen can imitate. It starts the moment your shoes touch grass, when the air feels thicker and quieter all at once. Nature doesn't demand your attention. It simply earns it. The world slows down out there, but somehow it feels more alive. The modern mind has forgotten its natural habitat. We spend our days inside glowing rectangles, our nights under artificial light, our lungs fed by filtered air. We call it comfort, but the body knows its exile. Every cell in you was designed for movement, sunlight, and sky. When you step into nature, you're not escaping the world, you're returning to it. Scientists have a term for that deep sigh you take when you see a mountain or hear rain on leaves. The biophilia effect. It's proof that humans are biologically wired to find peace in the natural world. Even brief exposure to greenery lowers cortisol levels, slows heart rate, and boosts serotonin. In other words, your nervous system recognizes trees as medicine long before your mind does. There's something ancient in that connection, an instinct that hums beneath the noise of civilization. The wind brushing against your skin, the uneven rhythm of waves, the silence between birdsong. They all speak the same quiet language. You belong here. The world was never meant to be stared at through glass. It was meant to be touched, inhaled, lived in. But it's not just biology. It's memory. When you walk in nature, your mind stops multitasking. It remembers a slower rhythm, one that matches your heartbeat. The chatter in your head starts to fade, replaced by a sound older and wiser, the rustle of leaves, the hum of insects, the breathing of earth itself. Nature doesn't silence your thoughts, it tunes them. There's research showing that even looking at pictures of greenery can calm the amygdala, the brain's fear center. But real contact, dirt, air, water, rewires you deeper. It's why forest bathing, a Japanese practice called Shinrin-yoku, has become a global therapy. It's not a trend, it's ancient wisdom rediscovered. The forest doesn't ask you to meditate or perform mindfulness. It does it for you. You might think you need hours in the wilderness to feel the difference, but peace starts in seconds. 10 minutes outside, away from concrete and notifications, resets your stress response. Half an hour can restore focus as effectively as a nap. 2 hours a week, that's all it takes for measurable changes in mental health. So the next time you're overwhelmed, go find a patch of green, stand there, breathe, feel the air that isn't recycled through vents, watch how your body reacts, how your breath slows, how your shoulders drop without you asking them to. That's your nervous system exhaling. And if you can't escape the city, bring nature to you. A plant on your desk, sunlight through a window, the sound of rain playing in the background. They're small, but the body recognizes them instantly. You can turn any space into sanctuary if you give it something alive to share it with. Nature's greatest trick is how quietly it heals. It doesn't lecture or instruct. It simply exists, consistent, generous, patient. You step outside thinking you're escaping the world, and you end up remembering how to live in it. Because the truth is, you're not separate from nature. You're made of it. The air in your lungs was once part of the ocean. The carbon in your bones came from ancient trees. The rhythm of your heartbeat matches the tides more closely than the clock. When you feel lost, it's not that you've drifted from purpose. It's that you've drifted from the earth that gave you one. The cure isn't complicated. It's just a walk, a breath, a moment of stillness beneath something green. The mind relaxes not by thinking less, but by remembering it's part of something larger. And the earth, in its quiet way, always remembers you back. The first thing you notice in nature isn't silence, it's balance. Even when it's loud, it feels right. The wind rustles through trees, birds argue in the distance, water murmurs over stones. It's a kind of organized chaos, perfectly imperfect. The world doesn't need to tidy itself to be beautiful. Maybe that's what peace is supposed to look like. Not sterile calm, but harmony in motion. People often say they go into nature to clear their head, but what really happens is subtler. The mind doesn't empty, it recalibrates. Modern life pulls you in every direction, nature pulls you inward. You start paying attention to simple things again, the texture of bark, the smell of rain, the way sunlight flickers through leaves like Morse code from another world. These tiny observations are a kind of meditation, grounding you not in thought but in presence. That's why a walk outside can do more for your mental health than hours of forced relaxation. You don't have to try to feel better, You just do. It's not effort, it's exposure. You're stepping into the body's original environment, the one it still remembers how to heal in. The breeze doesn't ask permission before calming your nerves. The sun doesn't need a therapist's degree to lift your mood. Nature works quietly, efficiently, without ego. There's science behind this subtle magic. Sunlight triggers serotonin, which stabilizes your emotions. Soil bacteria can boost dopamine, the same chemical that rewards you for joy. Even the color green, yes, just looking at it, lowers blood pressure and soothes the nervous system. Evolution shaped your brain to thrive in natural spaces. Every forest, every coastline, every field is basically therapy coded into the planet itself. But the healing doesn't just happen in big landscapes. It happens in ordinary moments. The potted plant you water without rushing, the shadow of leaves dancing on your wall, the breeze slipping through an open window. You don't need wilderness. You need awareness. Peace isn't only out there, it's wherever you decide to notice it. Urban life, for all its noise, hides small gardens of calm if you look for them. A single tree at the corner of a busy street. A rooftop view where the city looks soft from distance. A park bench where time seems to take a breath. These are modern-day sanctuaries, proof that nature hasn't abandoned us. We just forget to visit. When you start spending time outdoors, something strange happens. Your priorities shift. You begin craving simplicity, not speed. You notice that happiness doesn't always come from achievement, but from alignment, with rhythm, with air, with the steady pulse of life outside yourself. The world, for all its chaos, suddenly feels gentle again. There's humility in being surrounded by things that don't need you to exist. Mountains don't care about your deadlines. The ocean doesn't pause for your plans. Trees don't rush to grow. They all remind you that life moves at its own pace. And that's okay. You start measuring days less by productivity and more by peace. Try this the next time you feel stuck. Step outside and find something alive. A tree, a flower, even a patch of weeds by the sidewalk. Focus on it. Notice its details, the lines, the color, the movement. Breathe with it for a minute. You'll feel your mind sink to its stillness. It's like borrowing calm from the earth itself. Nature doesn't heal by fixing you. It heals by reminding you you were never broken. It shows you that growth takes time, that beauty and imperfection can coexist, that even seasons of stillness have purpose. The forest doesn't bloom year-round, yet it never doubts spring will return. Neither should you. In the end, the greatest therapy is remembering that you belong to something vast, ancient, and kind. Every time you look at the sky, you're seeing the same endlessness your ancestors saw. Every breath of fresh air is a shared inheritance. Nature is not outside of you. It's the part of you that refuses to forget peace. So step outside, even for a moment. Let your mind wander with the wind. Let your feet find ground that feels like home. Let the earth remind you in its quiet voice that calm isn't something you chase. It's something you return to. Doing nothing used to be an art form. People would sit on porches, watch the sunset, or just let the day drift by without apology. Now, doing nothing feels like a crime. The moment you pause, guilt creeps in. You check your phone, reach for a to-do list, fill the silence with something, anything, to feel productive. We treat stillness like failure. But here's the paradox. The harder you try to fill every second, the emptier life feels. Rest isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. It's the invisible work that makes all the visible work possible. Your mind isn't designed for endless output. It's designed for rhythm, bursts of effort followed by real recovery. Without rest, even the things you love start to feel heavy. Doing nothing doesn't mean being lazy. It means stepping out of the constant demand to be useful. It's reclaiming time as something that belongs to you, not your calendar. The body knows how to rest. It's the mind that resists. When you finally allow yourself to stop, it panics at first because silence feels unfamiliar. But wait long enough, and the quiet starts to feel like oxygen. There's science behind that stillness. When your mind drifts, what researchers call the default mode network, it's not switching off. It's organizing. That's when creativity happens, when emotions settle, when memories file themselves properly. You're not wasting time, you're maintaining yourself. Think of it as emotional housekeeping. In older cultures, rest wasn't something to earn, it was built into life. Afternoon naps, slow meals, time spent staring at nothing in particular. Even nature takes breaks, seasons, tides, moon cycles. Everything alive moves in waves. You wouldn't call a tree lazy for not blooming year-round, yet we call ourselves unproductive for resting. Somewhere along the line, we started treating exhaustion as a badge of honor. The cost is quiet but severe. Constant productivity keeps your brain locked in survival mode. High cortisol, racing thoughts, poor focus. You're technically awake but spiritually jet-lagged. Your mind never lands. That's why doing nothing is powerful. It brings you back. It's a subtle rebellion against a world that worships busyness. Try this experiment. Set aside 15 minutes with no agenda, no screens, no tasks, no self-improvement. Just exist. Sit somewhere and watch the world happen. The first few minutes will itch. You'll feel restless, maybe even anxious. That's detox. You're coming down from the addiction to doing. Then, slowly, the quiet starts to stretch out. You'll notice your breathing, the light in the room, the sound of the world continuing without your input. That's peace. Not an absence of thought, but the absence of urgency. Doing nothing well means surrendering control. You stop forcing life to fit your pace and start matching the pace life already has. The universe doesn't hurry, yet everything gets done. The same is true for you. When you rest, things around you begin to align. Problems shrink, ideas surface, energy returns. Stillness, when done right, isn't passive, it's fertile. We forget that idleness has always been a birthplace of insight. Philosophers, poets, and inventors all credit their best ideas to moments of stillness, baths, walks, daydreams. The mind needs space to wander if it's going to create. Busyness chokes that space. When you're constantly on, you leave no room for imagination to visit. So maybe the art of doing nothing isn't lost. It's just hidden under notifications, schedules, and guilt. But it's still there, waiting to be rediscovered. The real challenge isn't stopping, it's staying stopped long enough to feel okay about it. Because rest isn't a reward. It's part of the rhythm of being human. It's what lets you return to the world lighter, sharper, more yourself. And when you finally learn to rest without guilt, you realize that doing nothing isn't wasting time. It's how you remember what time is for. There's a quiet strength in choosing to pause when the world keeps spinning. Doing nothing feels radical because everything around you insists on motion. Produce more, scroll faster, answer now. Even leisure has become competitive. We brag about vacations like achievements, turn hobbies into side hustles, and schedule relaxation the way we schedule meetings. No wonder stillness feels rebellious. It's one of the few things left that isn't monetized. When you stop, you remember what living feels like without a deadline attached. You begin to taste time again. The morning coffee doesn't disappear between emails. It lingers. The sound of rain isn't background noise. It's a song. Life regains texture, and in that texture, peace quietly returns. The guilt that shows up when you rest isn't real guilt. It's conditioning. You were taught that your worth equals your output, that rest is indulgence instead of instinct. But productivity without rest is performance without rehearsal. Eventually, the act collapses. The truth is, rest doesn't steal time from your goals. It feeds them. It turns burnout into rhythm. Some of the most powerful forms of doing nothing are subtle. Sitting by a window and watching light change. Letting your mind wander without steering it. Listening to silence until it feels full. These moments don't look impressive, but they're vital. They're how the nervous system recalibrates, how creativity seeps back in through the cracks of stillness. The body gives clues when it's overdue for rest. The sigh that feels heavier than usual, the tightness behind your eyes, the way your thoughts blur at the edges. But instead of listening, we caffeinate, push through, and label exhaustion as dedication. We wear fatigue like armor, forgetting that true resilience comes from renewal, not resistance. Doing nothing is not the absence of living. It's the foundation of it. It's what lets joy land fully, what allows gratitude to grow roots. When you stop long enough to do absolutely nothing, your mind starts sorting itself out. The tangled thoughts begin to drift apart like clouds, revealing the clear sky underneath. Somewhere in that stillness, you rediscover softness toward yourself, toward others, toward the world. The noise in your head turns from shouting to whispering. You realize not every moment needs to be filled to have meaning. Some moments are meaningful precisely because they're empty. In ancient traditions, rest wasn't just physical, it was spiritual. The Sabbath, siestas, prayer pauses, they were reminders that even creation itself included a day of stillness. The idea wasn't to escape work, but to stay whole while doing it. We've forgotten that rhythm, but it's still in us, waiting to be remembered. Start small. A few minutes a day. Lie down and stare at the ceiling without shame. Take a slow walk with no destination. Let the clock tick without chasing it. The world won't fall apart if you stop moving. It might even start making sense again. Because rest isn't about doing less. It's about being more present in what you do. It's the quiet inhale before the next chapter of your life. The moment of grace between all the noise. You don't have to earn it. You just have to allow it. Doing nothing doesn't make you lazy. It makes you human again. And sometimes that's the most productive thing you can be. There was a time when silence wasn't rare. It was just life. You'd wake to sunlight instead of screens, drift through hours without notifications, and go to bed without the glow of someone else's life in your hand. Now stillness feels like rebellion. The world hums in pixels, and we hum along with it, endlessly connected but quietly drained. Your phone is the first thing you see in the morning, and the last thing you touch at night. It's a mirror, a distraction, a companion, and sometimes a cage. Every ping feels urgent. Every scroll feels necessary. Every minute online feels like a choice, until you realize it isn't anymore. The apps aren't neutral. They're designed to keep you looking. You're not addicted to your phone. You're addicted to being needed by it. There's nothing wrong with technology itself. The danger lies in how it blurs boundaries. What began as connection became consumption. You start checking your messages to feel close to people and end up feeling lonelier than before. You scroll through good news and end up with a subtle ache of comparison you can't quite name. The mind can't tell the difference between real stress and digital stress. It just knows it's exhausted. When you detox from screens, even for a few hours, the world comes back in focus. You notice how loud birds really are, how the air smells after rain, how time feels slower when it isn't being measured in likes and views. The nervous system doesn't need a full reset, it just needs a break from constant input. The silence of no notifications isn't empty, it's restorative. The brain, like any engine, overheats when it never idles. Information overload isn't just mental fatigue, it's emotional noise. Every headline, every post, every argument you scroll through leaves residue. That's why your attention span feels shorter, your thoughts scattered, your sleep lighter. Your mind is buffering too many tabs at once. A digital detox isn't about rejecting the modern world. It's about remembering how to be in it without being consumed by it. It's a way of saying, I'm allowed to step away. It doesn't mean deleting everything, moving to the woods, or throwing your phone into the ocean, tempting as that may sound. It means creating small rituals of disconnection that let your focus heal. Try this. 1 hour a day, without screens. No scrolling, no background noise, no multitasking. Sit with your thoughts, take a walk, read a physical book, or just watch the world exist. At first, it'll feel uncomfortable. Withdrawal from stimulation always does. But soon, you'll start feeling something strange. Relief. When your attention isn't scattered, your senses sharpen. You hear your own thoughts again. You start distinguishing between what you truly enjoy and what you've been conditioned to chase. The quiet stops being awkward and starts feeling like home. Even the smallest digital boundaries can rebuild peace. Turn off notifications that don't serve you, move apps off your home screen, keep your phone out of reach when you eat. None of it is drastic, but all of it is powerful, because every boundary you create digitally strengthens your freedom mentally. Technology was meant to make life easier, not noisier. It's supposed to connect, not consume. The problem isn't the device, it's the demand. When you start treating attention as currency, you stop giving it away freely. Reclaiming your focus is a form of self-respect. The moment you stop reacting to every buzz and alert, you teach your mind that it's safe to slow down again. Peace begins in that pause, the one between impulse and intention. And when you finally put the phone down, you realize the world didn't shrink while you looked away. It was always this beautiful. You just needed to look up. The hardest part about unplugging isn't missing out on what's happening online. It's facing what's been happening inside you. The quiet that follows a digital detox feels strange at first, almost too wide. You reach for your phone out of habit, not need, and in that tiny pause, you realize how reflexive it's become. It's not attention you've lost, it's permission to be unoccupied. We scroll because we're afraid of stillness. We check updates because silence feels like absence. But when you sit long enough without a screen, something miraculous starts to happen. Boredom returns. And boredom, though it's been demonized, is one of the most creative states a mind can enter. It's the mind's way of saying, I'm ready to make something instead of consume something. That small pocket of emptiness, that moment when you're tempted to scroll, is actually the birthplace of clarity. You begin to notice thoughts that were drowned out by noise. You start remembering what interests you without an algorithm's suggestion. You rediscover curiosity, the real kind, not the endless kind that refreshes every 5 seconds. The truth is, digital detox isn't about isolation. It's about depth. It's choosing to experience moments fully instead of documenting them for proof. The photo of the sunset will never feel like the warmth of it on your skin. The message notification will never replace the sound of someone laughing next to you. Presence doesn't trend, but it transforms. Technology makes everything instant, but not necessarily intimate. Conversations are faster, but attention is thinner. The art of listening, truly listening, fades when half your focus lives behind glass. You start replying before you understand, reacting before you think, consuming before you digest. A detox teaches patience again, the kind that waits before responding, the kind that listens without multitasking. Your brain, meanwhile, begins to recalibrate. Studies show that even a few days offline improve memory, reduce stress, and increase empathy. The nervous system stops bracing for constant alerts and starts trusting quiet again. You feel less fragmented, more whole. The world stops rushing, it just unfolds. Try a simple ritual. At night, plug your phone in outside your bedroom. Let your mornings start without a screen. Watch how your thoughts stretch differently, how your breathing slows, how time feels less like a countdown and more like an opening. It's not about deprivation, it's about returning to human pace. You'll begin noticing things you'd forgotten how to see. The sound of your own footsteps, the sky changing color, the small movements of life that never needed a caption. These things don't compete for your attention, they restore it. When you detox digitally, you also detox emotionally. You stop comparing your behind the scenes to everyone else's highlight reels. You stop mistaking validation for connection. You stop feeling smaller just because someone else seems louder. Without the constant performance, you begin to recognize the quiet authenticity of being enough. Without proof, without posting. It's not easy at first. You'll crave the rush of updates, the illusion of urgency. But soon that craving fades, replaced by something steadier. Peace. You start realizing that most things can wait, and the ones that can't are rarely on your screen. Disconnection reveals something technology never can: the pleasure of presence. The laughter that isn't recorded, the meal that isn't photographed, the moment that exists only because you were fully there. Those are the moments that build a life, not a feed. Eventually, your relationship with technology changes. You stop using it as escape and start using it as a tool. You open apps with intention, not impulse. You check messages to connect, not distract. The screen stops being a wall and becomes a window again, something you look through, not into. And in that balance, you rediscover control, not over your device, but over your attention. You remember that silence isn't absence, it's presence in its purest form. When you finally look up from your phone and take in the quiet, it hits you. The world was never too fast. You were just scrolling too quickly to see it. There's a reason people used to keep diaries before they had therapists, apps, or endless feeds to talk to. A blank page listens differently. It doesn't interrupt, correct, or scroll away. It just waits, patient, neutral, honest. When you write, you meet yourself without the noise of an audience. It's the most private conversation you'll ever have. Most of us move through days collecting fragments of thought we never process. The argument that lingers, the idea that fades before bed, the emotion that never finds a sentence. All of it piles up somewhere unseen. Journaling clears that unseen space. It doesn't fix the past or predict the future. It makes room for now. You don't have to be a writer to journal. You just have to be willing to be real. Spelling doesn't matter. Grammar can take the day off. The goal isn't beauty, it's honesty. The act itself slows the mind down to the speed of handwriting, forcing thoughts to line up instead of collide. What felt like chaos becomes a paragraph, and that's how understanding begins. Psychologists have long known that expressive writing lowers stress, strengthens memory, and even boosts immunity. But beyond data, there's something quietly sacred about turning thoughts into ink. Each word becomes a release valve, every page a mirror. You read yourself back and realize you've survived more than you thought. Some days your journal becomes a confession, other days a gratitude list. Sometimes it's just doodles, nonsense, or grocery reminders. It doesn't matter. What matters is showing up. The page doesn't judge what you bring, it rewards the act of bringing it. Over time, you start to see patterns, the fears that repeat, the hopes that persist. Awareness becomes the first step toward change. Try writing at the end of the day when your mind is tired enough to be honest. Let your thoughts spill without censoring them. Write as if no one will ever read it. because they won't need to. This is for you. If your mind feels cluttered, start with simple prompts. What am I feeling right now? What drained me today? What gave me peace? The answers don't have to be profound. They just have to be yours. Journaling is therapy without the pressure to make sense. It's self-witnessing, noticing yourself without editing. Over time, you'll find that the act of writing doesn't just document healing, it performs it. The brain processes emotion differently when you externalize it. Pain becomes narrative, and narratives have endings. There's power in closing a page on what once felt endless. It's not forgetting, it's releasing. You move from carrying emotions to containing them, and that small shift changes everything. The page becomes proof that you can face yourself and stay. So grab a pen. Not to write something perfect, but to give your inner world a place to breathe. Every sentence is a step toward clarity, and clarity is what peace looks like in ink. There's a strange comfort in handwriting something that no one else will ever see. In an age where every thought is broadcasted, where opinions are currency and emotions are content, a private page feels like rebellion. You write not to perform, but to understand. The pen becomes an anchor, one steady motion in a world that constantly pulls you outward. The beauty of journaling isn't in eloquence, it's in honesty. You can write half sentences, contradictions, or lists that make no sense. You can be poetic one day and blunt the next. The page doesn't care. It exists only to receive. That's what makes it healing. You're finally allowed to exist without editing yourself. Over time, journaling becomes more than reflection. It becomes dialogue. You start asking your past self questions and answering them through the future. You begin to see that clarity doesn't come from forcing solutions. It grows naturally through self-expression. Even your handwriting tells stories, shaky on anxious days, flowing when you're at ease. The page records your evolution in ways no photo ever could. Some people journal to track goals or habits. That's fine. But the real alchemy happens when you stop tracking and start listening. When you treat writing like meditation, something you return to, not something you measure. Each page is a pause, a breath made visible. You might sit down feeling scattered, and by the last line realize that calm has quietly arrived. There's also something grounding about the physical act itself. Pen scraping paper, hand slowing down to match thought. Typing is too fast, too polished. Writing by hand forces patience. You feel every word form, every emotion travel from mind to body to page. It's an intimacy technology can't replicate. Try keeping different journals for different parts of yourself. One for gratitude, one for venting, one just for random thoughts. Not because you need order, but because each version of you deserves a space to speak. Some pages will be messy, others will feel like prayer. Together, they become a map of your humanity, a record of how you've learned, healed, and stayed curious. On dark days, journaling becomes a kind of flashlight. You can write your fears out loud and see them shrink in ink. Naming pain doesn't give it more power, it gives it boundaries. Once you've written it down, it can't roam endlessly in your mind. You can close the notebook and know it's contained, not erased, but manageable. Journaling also preserves gratitude in real time. Memory fades, but ink doesn't. You'll look back and realize that small joys, the coffee that tasted perfect, the stranger who smiled, were actually the big ones. Gratitude written becomes gratitude remembered. If you ever doubt progress, reread your old entries. You'll see how your worries have shifted, how what once felt impossible became ordinary. You'll meet past versions of yourself with compassion instead of criticism. That's the quiet gift of writing. It makes growth visible. And sometimes journaling isn't about healing. It's about celebrating. Writing down happiness stamps it in time. You give your joy a body, something to return to when days grow heavy again. You remind yourself that peace too is worth recording. There's no right way to journal, only your way. You can write daily or occasionally in full sentences or fragments, on paper or in your phone's notes. What matters is the act of showing up to listen to yourself. The words don't need to impress, they just need to exist. Because one day, you'll open an old notebook and realize it wasn't just paper. It was proof. Proof that you cared enough to understand yourself. Proof that even when no one else was listening, you did. And in a world that moves too fast for reflection, that's not just healing. It's freedom. Movement has always been medicine. Long before gyms, yoga studios, and fitness apps turned it into an industry. The body was built to move, not just for survival, but for sanity. Every stretch, every step, every deep inhale of fresh air is a quiet reminder that you are alive. Exercise isn't punishment for what you ate or a task on your list. It's the body's way of remembering itself. You can feel it the moment you start moving. Your pulse rises, blood hums through your veins, and the static in your mind starts to fade. Worry can't hold its shape when you're in motion. Thoughts that felt heavy when sitting still begin to drift, reshaped by rhythm. It's almost poetic. Your body leads, your mind follows, and for once, they agree on something. The beauty of movement is that it doesn't need structure to heal you. A walk counts. Stretching counts. Dancing alone in your kitchen counts. What matters isn't intensity, it's intention. The act of showing up for your body signals to your brain that you care, and your brain listens. Exercise increases endorphins, those small chemical bursts of optimism. It boosts serotonin, which steadies your emotions, and dopamine, which rewards you for consistency. In other words, every time you move, your brain celebrates quietly. But this isn't just biology. It's emotion in motion. You've probably noticed how exercise can shift your mood even when life hasn't changed. That's because the body processes stress physically before the mind can understand it. When you're anxious, tension hides in muscles, posture, even breath. Moving breaks that loop. It tells the body it's safe again. The trick is to approach movement not as a chore, but as conversation. Ask your body what it needs. Some days it craves speed, sweat, challenge. Other days it only wants softness, a stretch, a slow walk, a sway. Listening to that rhythm builds a kind of self-trust that no workout plan can teach. There's also something ancient in the act of moving. Dance, after all, was one of humanity's first languages. Before words, we expressed through rhythm, gesture, motion. Even now, when you move freely, without mirrors, without goals, you're tapping into that primal joy of expression. It's not about looking good, it's about feeling real. Movement is meditation disguised as effort. When you're focused on breath and motion, your thoughts can't scatter too far. The repetition becomes mantra-like, one step, one beat, one inhale at a time. Your mind finds stillness in motion, something paradoxical but profoundly human. And yet, we often frame exercise as something external, something we do to shape the body, not soothe the mind. But when movement becomes an act of care instead of correction, everything shifts. You stop chasing numbers and start chasing presence. You stop asking, "How do I look?" and start asking, "How do I feel?" That's where the real transformation happens. Try this small ritual. Next time you walk, leave your phone behind. Feel your feet meet the ground. Notice how your arms swing naturally, how your breathing finds rhythm without effort. You'll realize movement doesn't demand focus. It creates it. The noise in your head softens with every step until what's left is simplicity. Breath, stride, heartbeat. Movement is your body's built-in antidepressant, but it's also its way of praying. Every stretch is a thank you. Every heartbeat, an affirmation. Every step forward, a small act of hope. You don't need perfect form to benefit. You just need to begin. Because peace isn't always found in stillness. Sometimes it's discovered mid-motion, in the moment you stop thinking and start being. There's a moment, somewhere between the first step and the steady rhythm that follows, when the mind finally gives up control. The chatter fades, the breath takes over. You're no longer thinking about moving, you're simply being moved. That's the sweet spot, the space where clarity hides. People chase it in meditation, art, even in long conversations that seem to stretch time. But movement finds it faster. When you exercise, you're not just training muscles, you're retraining awareness. The body becomes the compass that points the mind home. The more you move, the more you realize that energy and peace aren't opposites. They're partners. Energy fuels life, but peace gives it direction. Without one, the other collapses. Scientists call it embodied cognition. The idea that thinking isn't confined to the brain. The body helps you process emotions, solve problems, even make decisions. That's why ideas appear mid-run, and why long walks have healed more conflicts than meetings ever have. Movement is the mind's way of thinking with its hands and feet. It's also memory in motion. Every stretch carries whispers of the past. The way you once ran as a child without worrying about technique. The way laughter used to spill out mid-chase. Movement reconnects you to that version of yourself who didn't move to improve, but to express. Somewhere inside you, that child still exists, waiting for permission to play again. Modern fitness culture made us forget that joy. We replaced instinct with metrics, wonder with comparison. But the most healing movements are the ones that don't care how they look. Dancing badly still releases serotonin. Slow walks still count. Lifting light weights while humming your favorite song still changes your brain chemistry. Peace doesn't ask for perfection, it asks for participation. The body loves rhythm. It thrives on cycles, effort and rest, tension and release. When you sync with that natural pulse, your nervous system stops fighting itself. That's why movement, done mindfully, feels more like alignment than exertion. It teaches balance, not just in posture but in life. You push, then you pause. You stretch, then you settle. You move forward, but you know when to stop. There's a reason therapists tell anxious minds to get up and walk. Motion reminds the body that it's not trapped. It breaks the illusion of stillness that anxiety feeds on. You can't spiral in thought while the body is anchored in breath and repetition, step after step, heartbeat after heartbeat. The present moment grows louder than the worry. That's not distraction, that's healing through momentum. Even slow movement carries power. Yoga, Tai Chi, gentle stretching, they teach patience through precision. Each pose becomes a lesson in awareness, how you inhabit space, how you balance effort with ease. In that balance, something clicks. You realize the body doesn't demand perfection, it seeks harmony. The goal isn't mastery, but connection, between breath and muscle, mind and motion. When you start moving regularly, you begin noticing subtle shifts outside the workout too. You sleep deeper, you think clearer, you react slower, not because you care less, but because your nervous system finally trusts calm. The energy you once burned in anxiety transforms into focus. You don't just move better, you live better. There's poetry in that. The body that once felt heavy becomes a source of lightness. You walk taller, not from pride, but from ease. You realize that strength isn't just about power, It's about gentleness. To move mindfully is to say, I'm still here. I still belong in this body. You might not notice the change right away, but one day you'll catch yourself smiling mid-movement. No reason, no soundtrack, no audience. Just you, breathing, alive and free. That's when you know the joy of movement isn't in reaching a goal. It's in remembering what being alive feels like. If there's one truth that movement teaches better than any philosophy, it's this: peace is kinetic. It doesn't always sit cross-legged in silence. Sometimes it runs, dances, stretches, sways. Sometimes it sweats. And in those moments of motion, when mind and body finally share the same rhythm, you realize the most grounding thing you can do is move. Because stillness isn't always about stopping. Sometimes it's about moving in a way that feels like home. There's a strange pride in being tired these days. People brag about running on 4 hours of sleep like it's a trophy, a sign of hustle, a badge of importance. But exhaustion isn't accomplishment. It's quiet surrender. The body doesn't care how driven you are. It only knows how drained you've become. Sleep isn't laziness. It's maintenance. The world just forgot how sacred it is. Every living thing obeys the rhythm of rest. Waves retreat, flowers close, animals pause. Only humans try to outsmart it. We caffeinate our mornings, overstimulate our nights, and treat sleep like an optional luxury instead of the biological necessity it's always been. But deep down, your body remembers. Every yawn, every heavy blink is your system begging you to come home to stillness. Sleep is not just about recovery, it's repair. During those silent hours, the brain does its most vital housekeeping, storing memories, flushing toxins, regulating mood. It's when the body rebuilds, hormones rebalance, and emotions soften their edges. Skipping that process doesn't make you stronger. It makes you slower, sadder, less yourself. Lack of sleep doesn't just blur your days. It steals your peace in ways you don't notice until you rest again. The irony is that sleep is the most natural thing in the world. Yet we've turned it into a struggle. We scroll until our eyes burn, keep lights too bright, thoughts too loud, rooms too full of devices that hum where silence should be. We forget that sleep begins long before we close our eyes. It starts with surrender. To rest deeply, you have to let go of control. You can't schedule calm. You have to allow it. That's why good sleep feels like trust. You give yourself permission to pause, to drift, to not know what the next 8 hours will hold. And that's the most peaceful kind of uncertainty there is. When you think about it, sleep is the only time the world asks nothing of you. You don't have to perform, reply, or decide. It's your daily rehearsal for stillness, a reminder that doing nothing is sometimes the most important thing you can do. The science is poetic in its own way. As you fall asleep, the brain waves slow down like tides receding. Muscles loosen, temperature drops, heart rate steadies. Your body switches from doing to restoring. It's a shift from noise to nature, from striving to simply being. The deeper the stillness, the brighter you wake. But beyond the biology, sleep has an emotional intelligence of its own. It resets not just the body, but the spirit. After a full night's rest, problems seem smaller, patience comes easier, forgiveness feels possible again. It's as if sleep edits your emotional script overnight, leaving only the lines that matter. That's not weakness, that's wisdom. To reclaim that kind of rest, you need rituals, not rules. Start with dim light, a slower pace, fewer screens. Read something gentle, breathe deeply. Let the day unravel without interference. Treat bedtime like a ceremony instead of an afterthought. because when you treat rest with reverence, the body responds in kind. You'll notice it in small ways. How mornings stop feeling like battles, how your mind feels lighter before coffee, how the day seems less sharp around the edges. Sleep isn't escape, it's arrival. The more you honor it, the more it gives back. Your dreams, too, are part of that healing. They're how the mind sorts emotions that logic can't touch. Every dream, no matter how strange, is your subconscious dusting the shelves of your memory. Sleep doesn't just restore the body, it restores meaning. The world tells you to wake up early, push harder, sleep when you're dead. But peace doesn't live in exhaustion. It lives in the gentle balance between effort and ease. Sleep isn't what keeps you from your life. It's what gives you the clarity to live it fully. So tonight, when the world dims, let yourself rest without guilt. The emails can wait. The thoughts will fade. The stars are already doing what you won't let yourself do. They burn, then go quiet, trusting the night to hold them until morning. Sleep, too, is your way of trusting the world again. There's a certain kind of peace that only visits when you surrender to sleep, a peace that doesn't ask questions, doesn't need effort, doesn't depend on mood or circumstance. It just arrives, quiet and unconditional. In a world that demands constant awareness, sleep is the only place where you can exist without trying. It's not escape, it's return. Yet so many people fear stillness. The moment they lie down, the mind starts its midnight monologue, looping thoughts, rehearsed conversations, imaginary futures. The body is ready to rest, but the brain refuses to hand over the reins. That's not insomnia, that's resistance to surrender. We've taught ourselves to be on guard, even in bed. We mistake stillness for danger because it feels like losing control. But rest isn't loss, it's renewal. You can't think your way into peace, you can only rest your way there. That's why true sleep feels like falling, not down, but inward. You drop beneath the noise, into a space where thought and breath finally sink. It's there, in that invisible descent, where healing happens quietly. The secret is to stop treating sleep like a task to complete and start treating it like a relationship to nurture. You can't demand it, you have to court it. Dim lights, gentle sounds, a cool room, a warm blanket. They're all invitations. When you create the right environment, sleep comes willingly, like a friend who feels welcome again. And when it does, the benefits reach further than rest. Sleep is the foundation of focus, patience, creativity, and resilience. It doesn't just make you feel better, it makes you more human. It restores empathy, balances judgment, strengthens memory, and heals emotional wounds in ways waking life can't. Your dreams aren't nonsense, they're maintenance logs written in metaphors. There's something deeply humbling about realizing the body does its best work when you stop interfering. While you sleep, cells repair, muscles rebuild, the brain rinses itself of toxins through a process scientists call the glymphatic system, a natural cleansing that only activates when you let go. You rest, and the body writes its quiet symphony of recovery. But rest doesn't always come easy, and that's okay. Some nights, peace hides behind restlessness. The trick is not to chase it. Sleep can't be caught. It must be allowed. When your thoughts start racing, don't fight them. Breathe through them. Let them pass like clouds. You'll notice that even the act of acceptance slows them down. The body follows where the mind stops resisting. Technology, of course, doesn't make it easier. The glow of screens tricks your brain into thinking it's still daytime. The constant pull of messages, updates, and endless feeds keeps you in alert mode. One of the kindest things you can do for yourself is to put distance between your mind and your devices before bed. Trade blue light for candlelight. notifications for silence. Your nervous system will thank you before morning does. Try creating a small ritual that signals your body it's time to power down. A cup of herbal tea, a few pages of a book, quiet breathing in the dark. Rituals give the mind something predictable, and predictability is the first step toward calm. Over time, that calm becomes association. The body learns. This is where we rest. Sleep, in many ways, is a conversation between you and the universe, a silent agreement that says, "I've done enough for today." You let the world keep spinning without you, and in that humility, peace grows. Each night is a reminder that you don't have to hold everything together. The earth will keep turning while you dream. And when morning comes, something shifts. You wake not just rested, but reassembled. The world feels softer, slower, more manageable. You meet it from a place of fullness instead of depletion. That's what sleep gives. Perspective. The problems you fell asleep worrying about rarely look the same in daylight. That's not coincidence. That's clarity, delivered overnight. The deeper truth is that sleep and stillness are connected by trust. You can't sleep if you don't trust yourself to stop. You can't find peace if you're afraid of pause. Learning to rest is learning to believe that you're allowed to exist without doing. That's the hardest lesson in a restless world, and the most important one. So tonight, don't just collapse into bed. Arrive, slow down, let your thoughts fade into background noise. The stars will take care of the sky. Your body will take care of the rest. Because the real luxury isn't 8 hours, it's 8 hours without guilt. They say you are what you eat, but it's closer to this. You feel what you eat. Every meal is a message to the body, a quiet conversation between your plate and your peace. We rarely think of it that way. We think of food as fuel, as indulgence, as convenience. But what if every bite is also information? A signal telling your body how to feel, how to think, even how to heal. In a world obsessed with dieting, we've forgotten that food isn't just physical, it's emotional, even spiritual. The warmth of soup on a tired day, the sweetness of fruit in summer, the slow comfort of something home-cooked. These aren't just flavors. They're memories disguised as nourishment. The mind digests them as deeply as the body does. When you eat in chaos, your body learns chaos. When you eat in calm, your body learns peace. The nervous system listens to every bite. That's why meals taken in silence, no screens, no rush, feel different. The food doesn't just fill you, it restores you. Digestion itself slows the heartbeat, releases serotonin, and anchors you in the present moment. Eating can be meditation if you let it. Modern food culture made us forget this. We eat while multitasking, scrolling, talking, driving, feeding our hunger but starving our awareness. The body barely registers the act of nourishment because the mind isn't there. Then we wonder why we're tired, restless, unsatisfied. Food isn't fuel when it's consumed unconsciously. It's just noise swallowed in edible form. But when you eat with presence, something changes. You taste again. You smell before you bite. You pause between spoonfuls. The world narrows to flavor and texture, and suddenly time stretches. The act of eating slows life down just enough for gratitude to catch up. It's a small kind of peace, one that's available 3 times a day if you remember to notice it. Your gut, often called the second brain, isn't poetic metaphor. It's science. The enteric nervous system in your digestive tract communicates directly with the brain through the vagus nerve. When you nourish well, you're literally sending messages of calm upward. Nutrients like magnesium, omega-3s and tryptophan help regulate mood, but so does the simple act of sitting down and eating slowly. Your body associates pace with safety. The slower you eat, the safer you feel. This connection runs deeper than chemistry. Food holds emotion. The meals we crave most often aren't about flavor. They're about memory. The bread your grandmother baked, the street food from your childhood, the dish that reminds you of someone you loved. Comfort food is really comfort feeling, encoded in taste. The right meal at the right moment can be a form of therapy that doesn't need words. But healing through food isn't about perfection, it's about awareness. Eat what makes you feel alive, not what makes you anxious. The body is wiser than trends, it knows what it needs. Some days it's greens and tea, other days it's warm rice and laughter shared across a table. Peace doesn't come from strict diets. It comes from gentleness toward yourself. Try practicing mindful eating. Before your first bite, pause. Look at your food, smell it, thank it. Not out of ritual, but out of recognition. You're acknowledging the life that became your energy. You're grounding yourself in one of the simplest forms of gratitude there is. Over time, you'll notice your relationship with food shift. Cravings become conversations. Hunger becomes awareness. Fullness becomes contentment instead of guilt. You stop asking, "What should I eat?" and start asking, "How do I want to feel?" Because food isn't just about nutrients. It's about nurturing. The best meals don't just sustain the body, they remind it that it's loved. Food has always been more than survival. It's language. It speaks to us in warmth, in aroma, in comfort. The body doesn't just eat for energy, it eats for belonging. Every shared meal is a small ceremony of connection, proof that we're not meant to live life on the run, gulping down calories between obligations. When we eat slowly, with intention, we're reminding ourselves that we deserve to be cared for. The act of feeding yourself, truly feeding yourself, is an affirmation that you're worth the effort. Cooking isn't just about recipes, it's rhythm. The chopping, stirring, tasting, they all create a tempo that slows you down. You measure without measuring, think without thinking, breathe between motions. It's meditation disguised as a daily task. Even simple food, made with attention, carries a quiet kind of love that takeout never will. When you start preparing meals as an act of peace, not performance, the energy shifts. You stop cooking to impress and start cooking to soothe. You find beauty in the sizzle of oil, the scent of herbs, the way heat transforms ingredients into comfort. It's creation in its most primal, generous form. You don't need an audience, you just need to show up with hunger and heart. There's healing in this kind of presence. Studies show that mindful cooking lowers cortisol and boosts dopamine, a physiological reminder that your hands can create calm. You're literally stirring serenity into being. When you eat what you've prepared, you taste more than flavor. You taste effort transformed into peace. But even beyond the science, there's something poetic about how food bridges the gap between body and soul. The vitamins and minerals repair what's visible. The intention repairs what isn't. A well-fed body doesn't just run better. It thinks clearer, feels lighter, forgives faster. When you nourish well, your emotions follow suit. Anxiety feels less sharp, fatigue less permanent. You begin to sense that care, even the simple edible kind, changes everything. It's easy to forget how sacred that care is. We've made eating transactional, a quick fix, a task, a number of calories. But food used to be ritual. Ancient cultures treated meals as offerings, not consumption. Gratitude wasn't a side note, it was seasoning. To eat mindfully is to borrow a bit of that ancient reverence back. Try this sometime. Sit with a meal in silence. No phone, no TV, no rush. Let the first bite linger. Feel how the body responds, the soft sigh that escapes, the ease in your shoulders, the quiet hum of being nourished. That small, silent gratitude is meditation in disguise. You've given your body what it needed, acknowledgement. And remember, balance is part of peace. You don't need to eat perfectly to eat well. Some days, comfort food is exactly what healing tastes like. Other days, discipline feels like love. Both can coexist. There's no morality in meals, there's only intention. The goal isn't to control your diet, it's to befriend it. When you feed yourself with kindness, your body begins to trust you again. Hunger no longer feels like panic. Fullness no longer feels like guilt. You stop punishing yourself with restriction or indulgence. You start living in rhythm with what the body asks for, not as a rule, but as a relationship. Food becomes what it was always meant to be, a language of care, a rhythm of calm, a bridge between your inner and outer world. You start to notice how a warm drink can anchor you on bad days, how shared meals repair invisible distances, how even a quiet breakfast can set the tone for gentler hours ahead. Peace isn't always something you find in silence or stillness. Sometimes it's simmering in a pot, baking in an oven, waiting patiently on a plate. Every bite, every flavor, every breath between sips is a reminder. You are being sustained. And the more you honor that, not with perfection, but with presence, the more life begins to taste like something worth savoring. Sound is one of the oldest medicines. Long before words existed, the world spoke through rhythm, rain tapping on leaves, waves meeting the shore, wind humming through trees. Those were the first lullabies, the first prayers, the first reminders that even chaos has cadence. Somewhere in that ancient harmony, the human mind learned how to calm itself through sound. Today, music still holds that power, but we often forget to listen deeply. We play it while working, cooking, driving, always in the background, never as the main event. But when you stop and truly listen, music becomes something different. It stops being entertainment and starts being therapy. Each note becomes breath, each silence between them, peace. The science behind it reads like poetry. When you listen to music you love, dopamine floods the brain, the same chemical that makes you feel joy, reward, or even love. Your heartbeat subtly syncs with rhythm. Your breathing slows if the melody is gentle, steadies if it's repetitive. The body, without you commanding it, begins to regulate itself. That's not magic. That's biology tuned to beauty. Different sounds unlock different forms of calm. Slow instrumentals lower blood pressure. Nature sounds mimic safe environments, soothing the brain's survival circuits. Singing activates the vagus nerve, which tells your body, you're safe now. That's why humming, even softly, feels grounding. It's a self-made lullaby. But beyond science, music touches something words can't reach. It translates emotions we can't articulate. When sadness feels too heavy to explain, a song can carry it. When joy feels too wild to contain, rhythm gives it form. Music is how the heart speaks when the mind falls silent. Think about how certain songs mark moments in your life. A melody that reminds you of someone you loved. A tune that carried you through heartbreak. A rhythm that made you feel invincible for 3 minutes. Those songs don't just replay in your head, they replay in your nervous system. You feel them again because the body remembers through vibration. This is why sound can heal what words can't. Therapy teaches understanding. Music teaches release. It bypasses logic and speaks directly to emotion. That's why a single chord can make you cry or smile before you even realize why. The body hears truth before the brain translates it. To use music mindfully is to listen with your whole being. Sit still, close your eyes, and let sound move through you instead of around you. Notice the texture of it, the way certain notes vibrate in your chest, the way silence between phrases feels like breathing space. Don't chase mood, let it arrive naturally. Sometimes a song won't cheer you up. It will simply hold you until you can stand again. That's still healing. If silence feels uncomfortable, music can be a bridge to it. Start with gentle soundscapes, piano, strings, rain, or even low ambient tones. Let them guide your thoughts from frantic to focused. As you listen, observe without judging. Music doesn't demand perfection, it invites presence. And presence is where healing hides. Because when you listen without multitasking, your mind stops splitting itself between past and future. It rests in rhythm, in melody, in now. That's the essence of mindfulness. Awareness through immersion. Music doesn't just change your mood, it trains your mind to feel safely. It reminds you that emotions are waves meant to be experienced, not suppressed. That a sad song doesn't make you weaker, it helps your body practice release. That an uplifting song doesn't erase pain, it shows that joy and sorrow can coexist, like harmonies in a larger piece. Sound, when treated with reverence, becomes medicine. It repairs attention, balances emotion, and reminds you that calm doesn't always mean silence. Sometimes peace hums softly in the background. All you have to do is turn up the volume. Music doesn't just fill silence, it transforms it. The right sound can turn an empty room into a sanctuary, a restless heart into a rhythm. You don't even need to understand the lyrics. The body knows before the brain does. A melody can soothe anxiety faster than logic ever could because it speaks a language older than words. Vibration. Every human emotion has its own frequency. Joy dances at one tempo, grief sways at another, anger pounds, peace hums. When you listen mindfully, you start hearing those differences not just in songs, but in yourself. You begin to realize your mood has rhythm, the heartbeat, the breath, the mind, all moving parts of the same internal symphony. Music is the mirror where emotion finally sees itself clearly. A sad song doesn't make you sad, it gives your sadness somewhere to go. A hopeful melody doesn't fix anything, it simply reminds you that light still exists. In this way, music is both companion and guide. It meets you where you are and gently walks you toward balance. Try listening the way you'd meditate. Sit still, no distractions, eyes closed. Let each note touch you fully. Follow the rise and fall of sound like waves. Don't analyze the lyrics or skip the quiet parts. Music teaches patience. It unfolds only if you allow it to. And in that surrender, your thoughts begin to slow. You realize peace isn't always about stillness. Sometimes it's about resonance. There's a reason lullabies exist. Long before science proved it, humans knew that rhythm could calm chaos. A mother's hum slows a child's pulse, not through magic, but through synchronization. The sound tells the nervous system, you're safe now. That same principle applies to you, no matter your age. When the world feels overwhelming, hum, sing softly, play something gentle. You're not escaping the noise, you're rewriting it. Sound doesn't just influence mood, it rewires memory. Neuroscientists call it the Mozart effect, but it's simpler than that. Music activates parts of the brain linked to emotion, attention, and recall. That's why certain songs become time machines. One verse and you're back in a moment you thought you'd forgotten. The smell, the air, the feeling. Music doesn't just mark time, it keeps it alive. In moments of healing, this can be profound. Survivors of trauma often use sound therapy to reintroduce safety into the body. The low vibration of drums, the repetition of chanting, the harmonic layering of tones. These ancient methods soothe modern wounds. They remind the body that it can feel without fear again. Even silence, in its own way, is part of music. The pause between notes gives the melody meaning. The rest after the crescendo lets emotion breathe. The same is true for you. Your pauses matter. Rest isn't absence, it's rhythm. You can make your own rituals with sound. Start your mornings with a single song that sets the tone for the day. Create playlists for peace, for focus, for sleep. Let each one become a sonic compass guiding your state of mind. Or go simpler. Step outside and listen to the world itself. The hum of traffic, the rustle of leaves, the chorus of birds. All music if you choose to hear it that way. Some days, silence will feel heavier than noise. On those days, music becomes your bridge back to stillness. Play something soft. Let it fill the cracks where thoughts leak through. Let it remind you that peace doesn't need to be quiet. It just needs to be in tune. Because music doesn't heal by distraction. It heals by permission. It gives you space to feel without needing to explain. It teaches you that emotions, like melodies, are temporary, beautiful because they pass. And maybe that's the most human truth of all. We are all walking compositions, learning how to stay in key with the world around us. Some days our song is messy, some days it's pure. But as long as we keep listening, really listening, we stay in rhythm with something larger than ourselves. So tonight, let the world hum softly around you. Let your breath be percussion, your heartbeat the drum, your thoughts the melody. This is your song, imperfect and alive. And in that moment, you'll realize the sound of calm was never outside of you. It was playing within you all along. Movement has always been mistaken for the opposite of peace, as if stillness can only be found when the body is frozen and the world is silent. But the mind doesn't calm down because the body stops moving. It calms down when movement gives it a rhythm to follow. Think about how you instinctively pace when you're anxious, sway when you're tired, or tap your fingers when you're trying to think. These small, almost unconscious motions reveal something the intellect forgets. The body is one of the brain's oldest therapists. Long before language, before therapy apps, before motivational advice videos, humans regulated their nervous systems by walking, swaying, dancing, and gathering wood. The brain is wired to quiet itself in motion, not in paralysis. The mistake most people make is believing that peace requires stillness in the literal sense. Sit down, close your eyes, breathe in silence. This works for some, but for many, it just amplifies the noise they're trying to escape. The racing mind doesn't want to be trapped inside a motionless body. It wants something to follow. That's why moving meditations exist across cultures. In Japan, there's kinhin, slow walking meditation practiced in Zen temples. In India, yoga was never meant to be a workout routine. It was a bridge between bodily awareness and breath. Indigenous tribes danced in circles as a way to ground emotions and heal the collective nervous system. Even in modern Christian traditions, people sway or lift their hands during worship, not because they're restless, but because stillness doesn't always mean being static. The mind finds quiet not when the body stops, but when movement becomes intentional instead of frantic. Walking is the simplest proof. When you take a walk without urgency, not power walking to burn calories, not rushing to a destination, but just moving for the sake of moving, the mind softens. Your breath syncs with your steps. The eyes stop darting around and begin scanning with less panic, more presence. Something as small as stepping onto a sidewalk can interrupt spirals of overthinking. That's not because walking solves problems, but because it lowers the brain's alarm signals. Each step tells your nervous system that you're not under threat. Blood circulates, oxygen increases, cortisol drops, and thoughts stop crashing into each other. The irony is that people often try to think their way out of stress while sitting still when the fastest exit is through motion. Even more subtle is the power of rhythm. The human brain feels safer when cadence is involved. Rocking a baby to sleep works because predictable movement builds trust in the nervous system. Adults aren't any different. They've just forgotten how to self-soothe physiologically. Why do people stretch when they wake up? Why does swaying in a chair calm someone in grief? Why does dancing at home after a stressful day feel like unlocking a stuck door? Movement interrupts mental noise by giving it something to rhythmically align with. When you dance freely, even if you look ridiculous and no one sees you, your mind shifts from internal dialogue to bodily sensation. The soundtrack of fear or stress gets drowned out by the beat your muscles follow. There's also something undeniably therapeutic about repetitive motion: knitting, painting strokes, sweeping, swimming laps, scrubbing dishes. These aren't chores or hobbies alone. They trigger a state where the mind wanders just enough to untangle itself without force. Scientists call it flow or transient hypofrontality, a temporary quieting of the brain's planning and worrying centers. You felt it whenever time disappears during an activity, when you look up and realize hours passed without you trying to control your thoughts. People think they need to meditate to turn off their stress, but the truth is movement already carries the code for it. You just have to do it without multitasking or using motion as a means to prove worth. Yoga is one of the clearest examples of motion rewriting mental states. Not the performative version where flexibility becomes a contest, but the original intent: connect breath, body, and present awareness. When you stretch and hold a pose, your body tells your mind, stay here. Your muscles hum instead of clench. Your breath deepens because it has something to support. The mind follows the sensation instead of spiraling. No lecture can quiet the brain as effectively as a slow forward fold or a hip-opening stretch done with attention. The body becomes an anchor instead of a vehicle for stress. Even small motions carry big resets. Stretching your arms up after sitting too long, rotating your neck slowly in one direction and then the other, rolling your shoulders back one at a time to break the armor that stress builds around the chest. Tension isn't just emotional. It accumulates in the tissue, in fascia, in posture. When you move, you give that tension a door to exit through. People don't realize how many anxious thoughts are actually physical contractions disguised as mental storms. Movement breaks that disguise. Dancing deserves its own quiet applause, not staged routines or choreographed routines in front of an audience, but the private kind, shifting your weight to music in your living room, rolling your hips, bouncing your shoulders, letting your body translate, feeling back into energy. You don't dance to look good. You dance to return to yourself. When you move with music, your muscles act like translators between your emotional and physical self. The mind gets relief without explanation. Many people feel lighter after dancing without understanding why. It's because the nervous system processes unspoken emotion through dynamic motion. The rhythm gives permission to soften, even if no one else is there to witness it. Breath is movement too. People think of breathing as stillness, but every inhale expands and every exhale contracts. Your lungs are in motion constantly, and so is your diaphragm. When you breathe with attention, you are moving internally. Pair that with external movement. Shoulder lowers as you exhale, spine tilts as you inhale, and it becomes a full body reset. Calm doesn't live in silence or stillness alone. It lives in synchronicity, in giving your mind a moving reference point that feels safe enough to rest on. The reason movement as meditation works is not mystical, it's neurological. The brainstem, where primal instincts operate, reads motion as a status update on safety. When you're still and tense, the body believes danger might be nearby. When you move with control, the nervous system concludes the threat is gone. This shifts your internal chemistry. Heart rate lowers, muscles stop guarding. The prefrontal cortex regains function, allowing for rational thought and emotional clarity. Movement doesn't erase problems, but it takes away the static surrounding them so you can see what's actually there. In a world where rest is treated like weakness and stillness feels like a luxury, movement sneaks in as a socially acceptable path to peace. You can walk without explanation. You can stretch without guilt. You can tidy, sway, jog, dance, bend, roll, reach, or glide your way into calm, and no one will accuse you of being unproductive. What they won't always see is that movement isn't a break from your mind. It's the passage back into it, with the noise turned down and the signal finally clear. If you strip away the labels, exercise, stretching, walking, dancing, what you're really left with is a conversation between body and mind. The tension most people carry doesn't begin in thought. It begins in muscle, in posture, in the tiny clenches the body holds to survive routines that numb rather than nourish. When someone says they're overwhelmed, their shoulders are already telling the story. The jaw tightens before the panic arrives. The stomach curls before the emotion is named. The body is a narrator long before the mind catches on. Movement isn't just a way to soothe chaos. It's a way to discharge it. One of the most overlooked truths about calm is that it needs release, not suppression. People try to quiet their minds by ignoring what the body is storing. They sit down, tell themselves to relax, and wonder why the discomfort grows sharper. The reason is simple. Energy doesn't dissolve just because thinking stops. It needs a pathway out. Motion opens the door. Something as simple as rolling your wrists or rotating your ankles can unlock tension lodged in places the mind can't reach with logic. The body holds stress like a vault. Movement is the key. There's a reason animals shake themselves after fear or conflict. A dog that hears a loud noise shivers, stretches, or trots around to reset its nervous system. Birds fluff their feathers and hop after a stressful moment. Even humans do it unconsciously. You've seen people rub their necks when anxious or bounce their legs when waiting. These aren't random habits. They're ancient regulatory mechanisms trying to rescue the nervous system. The tragedy is that adults often shame themselves out of listening to those impulses. They call it fidgeting or restlessness, when in reality, the body is asking for movement to restore equilibrium. You don't need specialized routines or elaborate plans to use motion as medicine. The most powerful forms of movement are accessible, embedded into everyday life. Walking to clear your head, stretching before bed, shaking out your hands after finishing a stressful task, rotating your spine from side to side while sitting on the floor instead of always perching on chairs so your hips can open naturally. These are not workouts, they're physical exhalations. A body that is allowed to move is a mind that remembers how to exhale. There's also a creative alchemy that happens in motion. Have you ever noticed that your best ideas rarely appear when you're forcing them? They arrive on walks, in showers, while cleaning the room, when folding laundry, when reorganizing a drawer, when you're pacing during a call. The mind becomes porous when the body moves without pressure. Thought is less jagged. Solutions surface without being chased. It's not inspiration, it's biology. When your heart rate steadies and breath comes easily, the brain no longer treats reflection as a risk. It opens the attic of stored ideas and lets them rearrange themselves. For those who feel trapped by anxiety, motion becomes a lifeline. Panic attacks don't respond well to reasoning, but they do respond to regulation. Placing a hand on the chest and breathing while swaying side to side sends signals down the vagus nerve that you're still in control. Stepping outside and walking slowly while naming sights or colors pulls the mind back from imagined disasters. Dancing in the dark to a song that carries memory can wring out emotions that words can't touch. None of this has to be graceful. It just needs to be real. Even the concept of exercise can be reclaimed from punishment and turned into restoration. When movement stops being a chore and becomes an invitation to feel, the body stops resisting it. That's why gentle practices often do more for the mind than aggressive intensity. A slow stretch can sometimes quiet stress faster than sprinting. A 10-minute walk can feel more healing than an hour at the gym. Movement tied to curiosity rather than correction rewires how the nervous system responds. And then there's the grounding effect that comes with noticing your body while it moves, not in a hypercritical way. No checking mirrors, no counting calories burned, but in the way you might notice wind brushing against your skin, or how your feet meet the floor. Sensory awareness is one of the fastest ways to pull the brain out of mental static. When your attention drops into your body, the chatter in your head loses its audience. Awareness interrupts overthinking more efficiently than force ever could. Grounding through barefoot movement is another forgotten form of calm. Walking on grass, sand, soil, or even textured flooring activates nerve endings in the feet that speak directly to your nervous system. It reconnects a circuit that shoes often silence. Each step tells the body, "You're here, not inside your head." This alone can deflate stress that feels otherwise unmanageable. The more disconnected someone feels from their environment, the louder the mind becomes. Movement is one of the fastest bridges back to presence. For those who live in fast-paced environments, motion can still serve as meditation without leaving the space. Chair yoga, stretching between tasks, standing to roll the spine, loosening the jaw by yawning intentionally, lifting the arms overhead and breathing deeply, all micro-movements that restore calm in minutes. It's not about carving time out of life, it's about pouring movement into the cracks of it. There's a strange misconception that calm has to look a certain way, that peace must resemble a quiet room, crossed legs, closed eyes, and a perfectly still posture. But the truth is, calm can look like someone swaying in the kitchen while washing dishes. It can look like a person laughing mid-dance in their bedroom. It can look like stretching arms toward the ceiling before answering an email. It can look like walking your block while listening to nothing. There is no aesthetic requirement for tranquility. The body doesn't care about how it appears, only about how it feels. Movement widens the space between thought and reaction. It reminds the nervous system that it has choices beyond bracing and surviving. When the body starts to loosen, the mind follows. It doesn't happen because you force peace into your head, but because you let it leak in through your muscles, through your breath, through the rhythm of motion that was always meant to be part of daily living. In the end, movement isn't an escape from the mind. It's a way back into it without the harsh lighting. It gives the brain something steady to follow while the noise fades into the background. You don't have to be flexible, fit, graceful, or disciplined to earn this kind of calm. You only need to move with attention and without apology. The body already knows how to lead you out of chaos. All you have to do is let it take the first step. Sound has always been more than something the ears collect. It's something the nervous system translates before the mind can assign meaning. Long before humans developed language, rhythm signaled safety, danger, celebration, mourning, and transition. Long before music became entertainment, it was medicine, ritual, lullaby, and compass. The body responds to sound faster than thought because hearing is one of the first senses to fully form before birth. Even in the womb, the heartbeat of the mother, the muffled thud of blood flow, and the cadence of breath imprint a sonic memory of safety onto a developing nervous system. That's why a song can make your chest unclench before you even realize why. People forget how deeply sound governs emotion because they treat it like background decoration, something to fill silence rather than something to shape the inner world. But sound bypasses logic. It doesn't wait for permission. A sudden horn can spike adrenaline before your conscious mind registers alarm. A deep hum or slow melody can lower your pulse even if you're busy, distracted, or upset. The body is always listening, whether or not you are. One of the simplest forms of sound therapy is intentional listening, not as a task, but as surrender. Most people consume music passively, while scrolling, working, or driving. But when you sit or move with the singular purpose of listening, the music stops being noise and becomes an anchor. A single sustained note, a drum beat repeating at 60 to 80 beats per minute, a soft instrumental track with no lyrics to chase. These sounds don't just decorate the room, they recalibrate your inner tempo. The heart often sinks to rhythm without conscious effort. That's why ambient tracks, lo-fi beats, and classical strings can calm even those who claim they don't like them. The nervous system responds biologically, not stylistically. The mind doesn't need silence to find quiet, it needs the right frequency. The human ear is especially responsive to low, steady sounds. Think rainfall, ocean waves, wind through trees, distant thunder, the hum of a fan. These aren't coincidences. Nature has always been a sound healer, and the body remembers that. When you listen to rain without trying to think of anything else, your brain waves begin to slow. The default mode network, the part responsible for overthinking and mental loops, starts fading into the background. The sound does the work. You just allow it to land. Even chanting, humming, or singing to yourself, no audience, no performance, can shift your chemistry. A long exhale paired with a low hum activates the vagus nerve, which tells your body to move out of fight or flight. The vibration you feel in your throat and chest tells your nervous system we're safe enough to create sound. That message is old and powerful. It's why certain cultures built entire spiritual practices around mantras, chants, and prayer recitations. But you don't need ritual robes or perfect pronunciation to benefit. Humming while washing your face, chanting a single syllable in the car, or singing quietly in the shower can regulate anxiety better than trying to think your way out of it. The voice carries its own frequency medicine. You can shift your internal state by speaking gently to yourself, reading out loud in a calm tone, or practicing vowel sounds that vibrate through the body. Practices like toning, sustaining a vowel sound on a breath, help release tension in the diaphragm and jaw. It doesn't matter if you like your voice. The point isn't performance, it's resonance. The body listens to itself from the inside. Drums deserve their own space in this conversation. There's a reason heartbeat-paced percussion has shown up in ceremonies across time and geography. A steady beat tells the nervous system to organize itself. Fast beats energize, slow beats ground. Even if you're not holding a drum, you can tap a table, clap lightly, or pat your legs in rhythm to shift your state. Your body will respond not because of talent, but because of biology. Music also acts as an emotional translator. When you're overwhelmed, you don't always know what you're feeling, but your body does, and it seeks sound that matches or releases it. That's why some people cry to songs they've heard 100 times. The lyrics don't suddenly become meaningful. The vibration hits a door that had been welded shut by logic and exhaustion. When the sound opens it, emotion exits in waves. That's not weakness. That's processing. A song can finish emotional sentences the mind has been too tense or tangled to form. Sound doesn't have to be beautiful to be therapeutic. It just has to be chosen. Sitting in a quiet room and listening to the refrigerator hum, the buzz of electricity in the walls, the ticking of a clock, or distant traffic. All of these can become a meditation if you let your attention rest there. You don't silence your thoughts by force, you redirect them through listening. The brain can't fully panic and fully listen at the same time. Listening creates a funnel, and anxiety can't flood a mind that's occupied with one sensory stream at a time. The reason sound matters so much in mental calm is neurological. The auditory system has direct pathways to the amygdala, hippocampus, and hypothalamus, the regions governing fear, memory, and hormonal regulation. That's why you can feel nostalgic, sad, safe, or peaceful within seconds of hearing certain tones. Sound is one of the few tools that can reset the brain without asking it to think differently. It simply offers a new frequency, and the mind tunes to it the way a radio catches signal. Even silence itself is sound, especially when it follows noise. The absence of audio input gives the auditory system a chance to settle. That's why turning off background noise, even briefly, can feel like unclenching a fist you didn't notice you were making. Silence isn't the lack of sound. It's the moment your body stops dodging stimuli. You don't need instruments, playlists, or rituals to use sound as therapy. Start with what's already around you: your breath, your voice, the world outside your window. A single song that makes your chest feel less armored. A frequency you can feel more than hear. Calm doesn't always arrive by thinking quieter thoughts. Sometimes it comes by listening more intentionally to something outside the storm. Sound is one of the few tools that can reach the nervous system without asking permission. You don't have to believe in it, analyze it, or earn it. The body responds whether or not the mind is paying attention. The problem isn't that people don't have access to healing sound. It's that they've forgotten to use it with intention. The world floods you with noise all day, but very little of it is chosen. Most of the sound you absorb comes from traffic, phones, notifications, televisions, conversations, construction, and machines. This is noise, not nourishment. Sound therapy is about reversing the ratio, swapping passive consumption for conscious selection. The first step isn't adding more sound. It's subtracting the sounds that keep your nervous system wired. The constant ping of apps trains your body to expect interruption. Background TV numbs more than it soothes. Loud environments don't just tire the ears, they exhaust the adrenal system. Even music played mindlessly can become clutter if it doesn't create space in the mind. Silence, or near silence, is often the reset that tells your body to stop bracing. This is why turning off the car radio, muting your phone, or sitting in a quiet room can feel like finally exhaling. Once noise is thinned out, intentional sound has room to work. Not every sound is meant to relax. Some sounds activate you in healthy ways. Morning playlists that lift your energy, victory songs that remind your body how confidence feels, beats that make you move when fatigue tries to anchor you. Relaxation isn't always about softening. Sometimes it's about rebalancing what's overworked and waking what's gone numb. Music and rhythm can mobilize frozen emotion. A song with bass that you can feel in your ribs might pull you out of apathy faster than slow meditation music. The point is to choose sound rather than drown in it. Everything about sound is physical, even when it feels emotional. Low frequencies travel through bones and organs. Mid-range tones stimulate the auditory nerve. High tones tap into alertness and focus. Binaural beats, a modern adaptation of ancient drone practices, use two slightly different tones in each ear to encourage the brain to match their rhythm. Without effort, your brainwaves shift closer to states associated with rest, focus, or creativity. It's not a trick, it's a pattern the nervous system recognizes. There's also power in repetitive sound. Drumming, chanting, snapping, tapping, rain loops, crackling fire recordings, wind chimes. They give the mind something to follow that isn't chaotic. Predictability is soothing to the nervous system. It reduces threat scanning and slows internal noise. That's why people fall asleep faster to fans, white noise machines, or static. When the brain doesn't have to decode random sound, it lets its guard down. Even listening to your own breathing can have the same effect if you stay with it long enough. Then there's the sound of the body itself. You can hear your pulse in your ears when you lay down in a quiet room. You can hear breath rolling through the nose when you close your eyes. You can press a hand to your chest and feel vibration with each exhale. These internal sounds act like grounding ropes. They pull you back from the mental distance stress tries to create. Many people don't hear their body because their mind is louder, but when you listen on purpose, the balance shifts. Therapeutic sound can also come from voices, both others and your own. Listening to someone with a warm, measured tone can settle you, even if you don't care about what they're saying. This is why audiobooks, certain podcasts, spoken affirmations, and even gentle conversation can feel like a blanket over agitation. The brain mirrors tone before it mirrors content. If someone speaks slowly, your breath follows. If they speak softly, your muscles loosen. If you speak to yourself gently, your nervous system listens. Your voice can be a tool even when you're alone. Whispering calms the throat. Reading out loud slows the pace of thought. Talking through emotion before it hardens in the body is sound therapy disguised as conversation. Some people release stress by sighing loudly, not because they're dramatic, but because the body uses vibration to move trapped energy. The exhale that carries sound is different from one that doesn't. You can feel it exit instead of just disappear. Music isn't always a cure. Sometimes it's a mirror. A sad song gives sorrow somewhere to go. An angry track offers a beat for unspoken frustrations. A nostalgic melody reminds you that memory is still alive inside you and that not everything is lost. People often suppress these songs because they think feeling deeply will break them, but allowing sound to express what the body is holding usually prevents the breakdown they fear. Tears that arrive through music are not weakness, they're release. Silence has a place in healing, but only when it is chosen and not forced. Many people avoid silence because it threatens to reveal what they've been distracting themselves from. But when you pair silence with readiness instead of resistance, it becomes sacred instead of scary. The moment after music ends, the breath between words, the pause before sleep. These are openings where calm slips in. You don't chase it, you notice it. There are also physical ways to enhance sound's impact. Lying on the floor while listening to low-frequency tones lets the vibration travel up through your spine. Resting your head on a wooden table while music plays nearby changes how your bones receive sound. Pressing your palm to a speaker while a song plays lets your hand feel the rhythm before your head analyzes it. Closing your eyes while listening to anything, even the hum of an appliance, reduces distraction and sharpens perception. Sound doesn't need volume to be powerful. A soft bell heard once can shift more energy than a playlist on full blast. A whispered phrase can melt tension that a conversation couldn't touch. The first raindrop on pavement can slow the heartbeat of someone on edge. The creak of a chair, the pop of a candle wick, the shuffle of pages, these micro sounds remind you that you exist in a physical world, not just a mental one. What matters most is attention. Sound heals when you let it reach you instead of letting it pass you. It doesn't ask you to be spiritual or disciplined or artistic. It asks you to listen, not with judgment, not with expectation, but with presence. The brain will follow the ear. The body will follow the breath that follows the sound, and the mind, so often overloaded and overthinking, will finally remember how to rest. Mindfulness has been marketed into something ornamental, an identity, a performance, a trend with hashtags and branded pillows. But long before the buzzwords and apps, mindfulness was simply the act of being where you are, with what is, without trying to escape, embellish, or rehearse. It's not about forcing peace into your thoughts or pretending your stress doesn't exist. It's about noticing what is already happening instead of being dragged by it. The problem isn't that people are incapable of mindfulness. It's that they think it has to look like a monk in a robe on a mountain. They imagine stillness requires perfect posture, incense, silence, and a guru-approved script. But awareness doesn't care about aesthetics. It shows up the second you pay attention. You already practice mindfulness in moments you don't label as such. When you're washing rice and watching the grains swirl in the water. When you're tying your hair and feel the strands catch and fall. When you take a first sip of something hot and pause because the temperature demands presence. When you hear someone call your name and your body instinctively turns before you think. Awareness is not a mystical state. It's the oldest human skill there is. Every living creature has it. The only difference is that humans drown it in noise, speed, and expectation. The biggest lie about mindfulness is that it requires stillness of body and mind. In reality, it only requires your attention. You can be mindful while walking down a hallway, feeling your feet land and lift. You can be mindful while brushing your teeth, noticing the sound of the bristles and the taste of the mint. You can be mindful while angry, watching the heat rise without pretending it's not there. You can even be mindful while scrolling if you're aware of the pull, the motion of your thumb, the slight hunch in your shoulders. The moment you see what you're doing as you're doing it, you're no longer lost inside it. Mindfulness without performance is anti-perfection. It doesn't try to edit reality, it tries to meet it. It doesn't say, I should be calm. It asks, what's here right now? Maybe it's heartbeat, breath, tension in the jaw, noise in the background, thoughts firing like sparks. None of that is failure. Awareness doesn't judge the content, it notices the experience. The stress is not the problem. Being unconscious inside it is. The mind loves to escape to what already happened or what could happen next. That's its job when left unsupervised. Presence is supervision without punishment. You guide attention gently back to what's in front of you. The sound, the breath, the texture, the feeling in your muscles. Not to fix anything, but to witness it. The moment you witness, you interrupt the spiral. A witnessed emotion shifts. An unwitnessed one loops. Many people avoid mindfulness because they think it means quieting the mind. But the mind was never supposed to be silent. Even monks with decades of practice don't aim for thoughtlessness. They aim for non-attachment to thought. The goal isn't to stop thinking, it's to stop treating every thought like a command. When awareness enters a thought, it becomes background noise instead of a marching order. I'm overwhelmed becomes a passing flare instead of a sentence. I'm not good enough becomes a sound in the air instead of a truth you obey. Breath is the simplest door into presence because it's always happening, even when your attention abandons it. You don't need to manipulate it or count it. Just feel it. The inhale at the nose, the lift behind the ribs, the soft drop on the exhale. Even if you notice one breath out of every 10, you've stepped back into your body. Awareness returns through sensation, not philosophy. Mindfulness also doesn't demand long stretches of time. Moments are enough. 5 seconds watching your breath while waiting for a file to load. 3 seconds of noticing your shoulders while walking into a meeting. A single inhale before replying to a message you don't want to answer. A pause in the doorway before entering a room. These slivers of presence add up. They interrupt autopilot and slow the nervous system without ceremony. Emotions become less overwhelming when awareness touches them. If anxiety rises and you feel it in your chest, noticing the sensation anchors it. My chest is tight is different from I am drowning. If sadness fogs your body, feeling the weight in your eyes, the heaviness in your face, the slump in your spine brings it into the body where it can pass instead of swirl. Awareness doesn't kill the feeling. It gives it somewhere to go. Even discomfort can be mindfulness practice. Hunger, restlessness, irritation, fatigue. When you observe them instead of reacting to them reflexively, you reclaim authority over your state. It's not about liking the sensation. It's about knowing it instead of being puppeted by it. The mind can handle almost anything it's willing to feel directly. It's avoidance that mutates stress into chaos. You can use the senses like anchors. Sight. Look at the lines in your hand or the grain of a tabletop. Sound. Listen to the farthest noise you can detect, then the closest. Touch. Feel the pressure of your feet in your shoes, the fabric against your skin. Taste. Notice the aftertaste of something you already finished. Smell. Inhale the room, even if it smells like nothing. These small portals pull you back into the moment in front of you, not the one your mind keeps replaying or rehearsing. The reason mindfulness works is simple neuroscience. When you bring attention to sensation, the brain shifts activity from the fear circuits into regions responsible for regulation. The body follows suit. Heart rate slows, muscles drop armor, breath deepens on its own. You don't achieve calm. It arrives because nothing is inflaming it. Mindfulness also doesn't require liking your life in the moment. It works even when you're sad, angry, unsure, or exhausted. Especially then. Presence doesn't ask you to be grateful or optimistic. It asks you to stop running long enough to land where you are. Once you land, you can actually do something from there instead of reacting from panic or habit. Even mundane tasks become practice when you stop numbing your way through them. Washing dishes, standing in line, commuting, folding clothes, unlocking a door, drinking water, all contain hundreds of unnoticed sensations. When you tune into one of them, your mind gets a break from interpretive storytelling and rests in direct experience. Awareness is not a chore, it's a return. It's the moment the mind stops dragging the body across timelines and lets it exist in the only place it actually lives. You don't have to improve the moment before you enter it. You enter it, and it improves on its own. Mindfulness becomes sustainable when it stops being a task and becomes a posture. People burn out on it because they treat it like a chore they're supposed to check off rather than a way of relating to whatever is already happening. Awareness isn't something you schedule. It's something you return to throughout the day in fragments, like blinking or swallowing. The body already knows how to come back. The mind is what learned to run. Start with the act of noticing transitions. The moment before you open a door, the second after you send a message, the breath you take between sitting down and touching the keyboard. These in-between spaces are natural reset points. Most people race past them, thinking presence has to be long and uninterrupted, but a single conscious moment disrupts hours of unconscious momentum. It takes barely any time and changes the tone of everything that comes next. Another entry point is sound. You don't have to like the noise. You just have to notice it. A fan, distant traffic, footsteps in the hall, a notification ping, the hum of lights, the rustle of fabric when you shift. The mind wants to categorize every noise, annoying, pleasant, irrelevant. Awareness listens without sorting. The second you hear something without labeling it, you're present. Even the sound of your own breath counts. Thoughts will always try to pull you into storylines. What did she mean by that? I should have handled that differently. What if tomorrow goes wrong? Why am I feeling like this again? You don't fight the thoughts or replace them. You see them and return to sensation. Thought only has power when it goes unnoticed. Once you see it, it becomes what it actually is. Internal noise passing through. You don't have to fix it. You just don't feed it. One of the simplest practices is labeling gently, not with judgment, just recognition. Thinking, planning, remembering, worrying, anticipating. When you name the mental movement, you unhook from it without suppressing it. Labels don't eliminate thoughts. They soften identification with them. After labeling, bring attention back to the body or the breath or sound or sight. Over and over. The repetition is not failure. It is the whole practice. Even movement is a path to presence. Walk without rushing, even for a few steps. Feel the foot make contact with the ground, roll, lift. If your mind runs, let it, but keep noticing the movement. Awareness doesn't demand stillness. It follows whatever the body is doing. If you're climbing stairs, feel your legs lift. If you're bending to pick something up, feel your spine fold. If you're turning a faucet, feel the temperature change. The point isn't slowness, it's contact with reality. Mindfulness also interrupts addictive loops. Scrolling, snacking, checking messages, replaying conversations. Most of these are unconscious attempts to escape discomfort. You don't have to stop the behavior immediately. Just add awareness to it. Notice the impulse before you act. Notice the body posture as you reach. Notice the sensation of the screen or the food or the keyboard. When awareness enters the habit loses invisibility. That alone loosens its grip. Presence and self-honesty are inseparable. You can't practice mindfulness while pretending you don't feel what you feel. If you're irritated, notice irritation. If you're resentful, notice resentment. If you're numb, notice the absence of sensation. You don't need to analyze it or justify it. Just acknowledge it in your body. How does irritation feel in your jaw? How does resentment show up in your chest? How does numbness sit in your limbs? Once it's felt instead of exiled, it moves. Another anchor is temperature, the coolness of air against your skin, the warmth in your palms, the chill of a metal doorknob, the heat of a drink near your lips. Temperature is immediate. It doesn't require interpretation. The body is always in contact with it, but the mind almost never pays attention. When you return awareness there, the nervous system recalibrates without mental force. People assume they need ideal conditions to be mindful, quiet spaces, long sittings, comfortable posture. But the mess is the training ground. Presence in noise is often stronger because it's not propped up by a perfect setting. Standing in a crowded hallway, you can feel your breath. Riding in a car, you can feel the weight of your body in the seat. Washing your hands in a public sink, you can feel the temperature of the water, the pressure of your palms. These mini-entries matter more than silent retreats. Even technology doesn't block mindfulness. It exposes where attention goes automatically. If you're typing, feel each finger land. If you're scrolling, watch the motion. If you're reading a screen, notice your breath while your eyes scan. You're not trying to make devices sacred. You're refusing to vanish while using them. One of the hardest parts of mindfulness is remembering to remember. The mind forgets presence quickly, then remembers after being gone for minutes, hours, sometimes whole days. The return is victory, not failure. When you catch yourself lost in thought and come back to the present, that moment matters more than how long you were gone. You're building a new default, one return at a time. You can use objects as cues. Every time you touch a doorknob, feel your hand. Every time you sit down, notice your breath. Every time you drink water, actually taste it. Every time your phone lights up, feel your feet. These small rules act as reminders in the middle of autopilot. They don't require discipline, just repetition. Over time, awareness stops being something you visit and becomes something you carry. It won't eliminate thoughts or fix emotions. What it changes is your relationship to them. You stop confusing the weather of the mind with the truth of who you are. You stop reacting before you register the moment. You stop abandoning what's happening for what might happen later. Mindfulness doesn't make life quieter. It makes you louder than the noise. It returns you to the body you keep leaving. It roots you in a moment that doesn't ask you to be better, calmer, wiser, or different. It asks you to be here. That alone changes everything. The mind talks long before the mouth opens. Most people think stress comes from circumstances, but a large part of it comes from the language running in the background of their head. Inner dialogue is the narrator of every experience. It assigns meaning, exaggerates danger, rewrites memories, and predicts disaster before anything even happens. You don't realize how loud it is until you start listening to it on purpose. The goal isn't to silence it. The goal is to teach it a new vocabulary, one that doesn't turn every inconvenience into an existential crisis. Self-talk usually begins as an imitation. Parents, teachers, peers, culture, they spoke first, and the mind recorded everything. You're too much. You're not enough. Don't mess this up. You should know better by now. These voices linger long after the people are gone. Eventually, the echo becomes so familiar, you think it's your own voice. Calm begins with recognizing that most inner language is inherited, not chosen. You didn't write the script, you're just reciting it. Stress escalates when the inner narrator speaks in absolutes. Words like always, never, ruined, impossible, hopeless. One bad moment becomes a lifelong pattern. A single mistake becomes identity. I always screw up. People never respect me. This day is ruined. These sentences don't describe reality. They freeze it. The brain listens and prepares the body to match the words. Muscles tense, chest tightens, breath shortens, stress chemicals surge. The body obeys the language it hears. Rewriting begins by catching the exaggerated phrasing before it hardens into truth. If the mind says, "This will be a disaster," you don't fight it, you adjust it. "This might be hard, but I can figure it out." That small change shifts your chemistry. The brain doesn't need affirmations dripping with sugar. It needs language that doesn't trap it in panic. You don't pretend everything's fine. You speak in a way that leaves room for possibility. Another violent form of self-talk is personalization, making events proofs of personal failure. Something goes wrong and the mind says, "I ruined everything." A person is distant and the narrator whispers, "They're disappointed in me." Plans change and the voice declares, "It's because I'm not worth considering." These conclusions feel like facts because they happen fast. But nearly all of them are unverified guesses. Calm comes when you treat these inner accusations like rumors, not verdicts. Curiosity is one of the best tools for rewriting self-talk. Instead of accepting the first dramatic sentence the mind serves, ask quiet questions. Is that true? What else could this mean? What would I tell someone I care about if they said this to me? Curiosity doesn't shut the thought down, it loosens its grip. And once there is space, better language has room to appear. Tone matters as much as content. You can say accurate things in a way that still spikes stress. "I need to get this done or I'll fall behind" is technically true, but the threat baked into it adds pressure that drains focus. Change the tone and the body responds differently. "I need to get this done and I'll handle it step by step." Calm isn't the absence of urgency. It's the absence of inner hostility. One of the most damaging habits is catastrophizing, leaping from inconvenience to disaster in one thought. If I don't answer this message right away, they'll think I don't care, then they'll pull away, then I'll be alone. The brain doesn't question the logic. It prepares for the imagined loss as though it's already real. Catching the leap is the first step. Then rewrite the sentence with the present moment in mind. I'll respond when I can. If something needs clarity, I can handle that later. The nervous system follows the new script. Many people think rewriting self-talk means forcing themselves to think positively. But toxic positivity is just anxiety in a prettier outfit. You don't need to tell yourself you're incredible and perfect and unstoppable. You need language that doesn't corner you. Instead of, I'm terrible at this, try I'm still learning. Instead of, I can't handle this, try I'll take the next step and go from there. Realistic self-compassion is more stabilizing than forced optimism. Emotional language also shapes experience. When you say, I'm overwhelmed, the body reacts accordingly. There's a difference between I have a lot to do and I can't handle this. One describes a situation, the other attacks your capacity. Words turn sensations into identity. If you feel tightness in your chest, you can name it as anxiety, or you can say, I'm noticing some tension. The second option leaves the door open for movement. The first one cements the feeling as who you are. The brain believes whatever you repeat. If you constantly tell yourself you're behind, inadequate, unprepared, disliked, or failing, the nervous system will operate in survival mode even during safe moments. Repetition wires pathways. If you always say nothing ever works out, the mind will filter reality to confirm it. Rewriting doesn't mean lying. It means refusing to reinforce defeat. Some things haven't worked yet, but I'm not done trying. That one shift keeps you in motion instead of collapse. The most brutal self-talk often hides in small phrases. Of course, this happened. Typical me. I should have known better. These tiny comments feel harmless, but they turn every difficulty into a character flaw. Start by noticing how often you speak to yourself with contempt, then replace the jab with neutrality. This is annoying, but I'm dealing with it. You're not praising yourself. You're refusing to attack yourself. Inner dialogue also affects how you interpret other people's reactions. If your script says, they're upset with me, your body will tense around that assumption. If the script says, they might just be distracted, your breathing slows. You don't rewrite to excuse poor behavior. You rewrite to stop inventing enemies that don't exist. You can even change how you talk about time. I'm running late spikes stress differently than I'm on my way. I'll never finish lands heavier than I'll get through what I can now. Words don't erase reality, but they decide how your body experiences it. You can be late and calm. You can be busy and not brutal. One powerful practice is speaking to yourself the way you'd speak to someone you love, but without the fluff. Not with baby talk and fake cheer, but with clarity and respect. If a friend panicked about making a mistake, you wouldn't say, "Wow, you really messed everything up." You'd say, "You made a mistake. You can fix it or learn from it." It's not the end. Talk to yourself like that. No dramatics, no cruelty. Rewriting starts with awareness, not replacement. You can't change a sentence you don't hear. Spend a day listening. Notice every inner comment about yourself, your situation, your future. Most of it will sound familiar. That's the old script. You don't have to fight it. You just have to stop letting it narrate unchallenged. The brain is impressionable. Give it better lines and it will repeat those instead. Most people assume thoughts are commands, not suggestions. The mind presents a sentence and the body obeys before questioning it. "You're going to mess this up," triggers hesitation. "They're probably annoyed with you," tightens the throat. "This is too much," drains energy before the task even starts. The fastest way to reclaim calm is to stop treating every thought like a prophecy and start treating it like a passing comment. You hear it, You decide if it's useful and you respond instead of absorb. Rewriting self-talk doesn't begin with shouting over the old voice. It begins with hearing it clearly. Spend a moment catching how often your mind narrates your actions with criticism or fear. Why am I so behind? I look exhausted. I should have done more today. Without awareness, those sentences become the lens you see the world through. With awareness, they become background noise you don't have to amplify. Another form of stressful language hides in comparisons. The mind says, everyone else is doing better, and suddenly your progress feels counterfeit. But everyone is usually a handful of imagined examples. Replace the thought with something grounded. I don't actually know what anyone is dealing with. That single shift removes the invisible competition you never agreed to, but still try to win. The nervous system listens to the structure of your sentences. When you speak in ultimatums, your body moves into defense. I have to figure this out or everything falls apart tells your adrenal system to prepare for collapse. If you adjust it to, I'd like to figure this out and I'll take it piece by piece, your body loosens. You're still acknowledging challenge, but you're not declaring doom. Even memory is shaped by inner language. When something embarrassing or painful resurfaces, the narration usually starts with, I can't believe I did that, or what was I thinking? This doesn't change the past, it just refreshes the wound. Rewriting the memory's language creates space. I was doing the best I could with what I knew then. That sentence doesn't erase the event, it ends the punishment. Sometimes the most damaging inner voice is disguised as productivity. Keep pushing. Don't stop now. You're wasting time. These lines sound like motivation, but they drain capacity. They treat rest as failure. Calm grows when you add softer directives. I'll get more done after I breathe. Resting doesn't erase progress. 10 minutes won't destroy the plan. The work still gets done, but without the toxicity of panic. There's also the trap of imaginary arguments. What you would say if someone confronted you, how you'd defend yourself, how you'd prove a point. The body reacts to these rehearsals like real conflict. Shoulders tense, jaw clenches, heart rate increases. When you notice yourself mentally debating someone who isn't even present, rewrite with one sentence. This conversation is not happening right now. It cuts the power supply to the stress response. The way you speak to yourself in moments of uncertainty determines whether your body braces or breathes. Instead of, I don't know what to do, try, I don't know yet, but I can figure it out. Instead of, I'm so behind, try, I know what needs attention, and I'll take the first step. You're not pretending to know everything. You're removing the panic that blocks you from using what you do know. Another place to intervene is in how you describe your state. Saying, I'm anxious, fuses identity with the feeling. Saying, I'm noticing anxiety, keeps you separate from it. One makes you the storm, the other makes you the witness. The wording seems small, but the nervous system recognizes the difference immediately. Blame-filled language is a subtle stress amplifier. Why did I wait so long? I always sabotage myself. I should have started earlier. These sentences don't move you forward, they hold you hostage in regret. Replace them with movement-based language. I'm starting now. The body responds to direction more than accusation. Self-talk also determines how you enter social interactions. If your script says, I'm probably bothering them, you show up apologetically. If it says, I'll show up and let the moment decide, you breathe easier. You can rewrite before you ever walk into the room. Stress isn't just about volume, it's about anticipation. If your inner voice warns you constantly, your nervous system never powers down. This week is going to be chaos. Tomorrow's going to be a disaster. These are untested predictions disguised as preparation. Rewriting means shifting from certainty of disaster to openness of outcome. I don't know what tomorrow brings, and I'll handle it when it comes. Calm lives in that room between fear and pretending. You can also rewrite intensity by adjusting adjectives. This is a nightmare becomes this is inconvenient. This is impossible becomes this is challenging. The moment the language softens, the body stops treating life like an emergency. Sometimes the best rewrite is silence. You don't always need a better sentence. You just need the old one to pass without response. Not every thought deserves engagement. Let it be noise. When you stop arguing with it, it loses its status as truth. Another technique is distancing. If you can't rewrite in first person, try third. Instead of, I can't do this, say, she's feeling overwhelmed right now. It creates a tiny gap where compassion can enter. From there, new language forms naturally. She can take a breath. She can start small. She's handled worse before. This isn't detachment, it's perspective. You don't have to believe the new language immediately. You just have to offer it. The first time you say, I'm figuring it out, the body might not relax. But repetition builds credibility. Over time, the brain defaults to the upgraded script, and the old one starts sounding outdated. Stressful self-talk often comes from rehearsing pain that hasn't happened yet. The mind creates entire scenarios built from fear, then treats them as evidence. But calm is built one rewrite at a time. That might happen becomes, I'll deal with it if it does. This will fall apart becomes, there are parts I can influence. These aren't affirmations, they're exits from mental imprisonment. The goal isn't to think perfectly, it's to stop letting language weaponize your nervous system. You can live with doubt and still speak to yourself with clarity. You can feel fear and still choose sentences that don't make it grow teeth. The brain is programmable, and the voice you practice becomes the voice you live with. Kindness is often mistaken for something we give outward, but it begins as an internal setting. Most people are harshest with themselves and gentlest with strangers. They apologize to others while abusing themselves quietly through self-criticism, guilt, and relentless pressure. What they don't realize is that the body doesn't separate where compassion is directed. It only registers whether it exists. When you treat others kindly but speak to yourself like an adversary, your nervous system still lives in combat mode. Connection calms because it interrupts isolation, and isolation is where the mind breeds conflict. When you feel alone, every problem expands in scale. Every perceived flaw becomes fatal. The brain evolved to rely on others for safety. The idea of facing stress alone tells it to prepare for threat. But connection isn't just about spending time with people. It's about experiencing mutual presence. You can be surrounded and still be emotionally solo if there's no exchange of awareness. One of the most underestimated paths to inner peace is giving others the thing you're starving for: patience, understanding, space, forgiveness. Not as martyrdom, but as practice. When you extend compassion, the mind learns the language of it, and once it learns the language, it becomes less hostile within your own head. This is why acts of generosity lower blood pressure and anxiety levels. They shift the body from defense into openness. Compassion is not sentimentality, it's clarity. It doesn't ignore hurt or excuse cruelty. It simply recognizes that pain is often the engine behind behavior. When someone lashes out, the reflex is to react in equal force or retreat in silence. But if you understand that anger is usually covering fear or shame or exhaustion, you don't absorb it personally. You see the wound under the noise. That shift alone protects your peace without requiring you to accept mistreatment. This doesn't mean you tolerate chaos. Boundaries and compassion aren't enemies. They are siblings. Compassion says, I see your pain. Boundaries say, "But I will not let it consume me." Many people think being kind requires being endlessly available, agreeable, or silent. In reality, denying your own needs builds resentment that eventually leaks out as sarcasm, avoidance, or emotional shutdown. True compassion includes yourself in the equation. Kindness also quiets the nervous system through mirror neurons, the brain regions that reflect the emotions of others. When you offer comfort or speak gently, your own brain simulates that softness. When you tense up in judgment or hostility, your body mirrors that too. This is why comforting someone else can sometimes calm you faster than trying to talk yourself down. The softness you give circulates back. Presence is the currency of compassion. Most people don't actually need solutions. They need to feel seen. When someone speaks and you listen without crafting a response, the nervous systems in the room sync. Heart rates slow, breathing regulates, defenses relax. You don't have to agree with them or fix anything. Just creating a space where they're not performing or defending lowers tension for both of you. Listening is not waiting to talk. It's letting their words land without interruption. If they pause, you don't rush to fill the silence. If they express pain, you don't immediately compare it to your own. You stay with what's in front of you. This doesn't just calm them. It teaches your own mind how to pause instead of react. Even small gestures of care create disproportionate calm. Making someone tea, sending a check-in message, holding a door, remembering a detail they mentioned. These moments tell the brain that connection still exists in a world that often feels fragmented. You don't need to be close to someone to generate that effect. Acts of micro-compassion dissolve tension like salt in warm water. But compassion toward others without inner reflection can become performance. Some people become everyone else's safe space while secretly drowning. They give tenderness outwardly, but starve themselves of it. Eventually, the body revolts through burnout, irritability, or illness. Extending kindness to others should not come at the cost of abandoning yourself. The goal is circulation, not depletion. Self-compassion is not indulgence. It doesn't mean letting yourself off the hook for everything. It means recognizing that shame and self-punishment don't create growth. They create paralysis. When you meet your mistakes with brutality, the mind goes into hiding. When you meet them with understanding, the mind stays open long enough to learn. "I messed up, and I can repair it," is not weakness. It's an invitation to evolve without destroying yourself first. Sometimes the most compassionate act is rest. Not the collapse that comes after burnout, but the choice to pause before collapse arrives. When you rest before you're forced to, you tell your body it is safe to recover. You break the belief that exhaustion is a prerequisite for worth. Calm cannot grow in a body that feels hunted by its own expectations. Generosity is another quiet antidote to anxiety. Not the performance of giving, but the genuine act of offering something, attention, time, help, presence, without measuring what you'll get back. The moment you shift from, "What about me?" to, "Where can I place some softness?" your nervous system exits survival mode. Scarcity shrinks. Perspective widens. Kindness also disarms ego. When someone is rude, the reflex is to retaliate or prove superiority. But responding with steadiness instead of escalation dissolves the need to win. You don't lose power by not fighting. You lose power when you let someone else's chaos decide your state. Compassion is not submission. It's self-possession. People often wait to feel calm before being kind, but calm is often the result of kindness, not the precursor to it. You don't need to be serene to speak gently. You don't need to have it all together to offer patience. The act itself generates the state. Your brain registers kindness as safety, and safety loosens the internal grip. Connection doesn't always require closeness. It can happen through shared glances, nods from strangers, brief conversations with baristas, or silent coexistence in public spaces. The mind relaxes when it remembers it is part of something, even if that something is momentary. Compassion lowers stress not because the world becomes easier, but because your stance toward it becomes softer. The problems might remain, the tasks might pile up, the noise might continue, but you're no longer meeting it with clenched teeth. It's hard to panic and care at the same time. When you choose care, panic loses its anchor. Compassion isn't just emotional, it's biochemical. Acts of kindness trigger oxytocin, the hormone that signals safety and bonding. When oxytocin rises, cortisol drops, your heart rate slows, muscles unclench. You think more clearly because the body stops bracing for threat. People assume they need calm before they can connect, but often connection is what manufactures the calm. Stress isolates the mind. It convinces you that no one understands, that no one is available, that reaching out is weakness. This illusion keeps you trapped in mental echo chambers. But when you speak honestly to someone who listens without judgment, the isolation cracks. Perspective widens. Problems don't shrink, but they stop feeling fatal. Connection doesn't erase weight, it distributes it. Offering support is just as regulating as receiving it. When you help someone carry their mental load, your own nervous system stabilizes through purpose and presence. You're reminded that you're not useless, not irrelevant, not floating without point. Even small acts, sending a reassuring message, sitting quietly with someone, checking in, pull you out of self-absorption, which is often where anxiety breeds. Empathy is not absorbing someone else's pain, it's witnessing it with steadiness. You don't have to feel everything they feel. In fact, drowning in their emotions helps neither of you. Compassion holds space without merging identities. You can care without collapsing. You can understand without inheriting. You can support without losing your center. Kindness also shifts how you interpret other people's behavior. When you assume everyone is hostile, you react defensively. When you assume most people are struggling in some invisible way, you soften. You don't excuse harm, but you stop taking neutrality or distance as rejection. The social nervous system calms when it stops scanning for enemies in every silent face. Sometimes the most profound compassion comes through restraint, not correcting every mistake you hear, not snapping back when someone is short with you, not needing the last word. These acts of non-engagement don't make you passive, they make you free. You're no longer dragged into every storm someone else starts. You don't have to match their frequency. However, compassion without boundaries becomes self-erasure. If someone repeatedly drains you, taking space is not cruelty, it's calibration. You can care and still step away. You can love and still limit access. You can wish someone healing without offering yourself as the treatment plan. The nervous system relaxes most when compassion and limits coexist. Internal kindness is often the hardest to offer because your own mind knows every flaw, every lie, every shameful moment. But punishment doesn't purify, it petrifies. When you treat your imperfections with disgust, you freeze them in place. When you acknowledge them without violence, you create mobility. I made a mistake leads to learning. I am a mistake leads to paralysis. Self-compassion is not about excusing avoidance or sugarcoating reality. It's about treating yourself like someone you're responsible for, not someone you're trying to get rid of. If you're exhausted, you rest, not because you've earned it, but because you're human. If you're overwhelmed, you breathe, not because breathing fixes everything, but because suffocating fixes nothing. You don't speak to yourself like an enemy you're trying to defeat. Generosity also acts as a nervous system regulator. When everything feels like it's closing in, offering something, a ride, advice, encouragement, time, expands your sense of agency. You're no longer just reacting to life, you're participating in it. But healthy generosity doesn't require breaking yourself to keep others intact. Compassion that costs your well-being is not compassion. It's depletion wearing a halo. There's a myth that kindness makes you vulnerable to exploitation, but aggression and defensiveness make you easier to manipulate because they keep you reactive. Calm kindness, paired with awareness, is actually stronger. It allows you to see motives clearly without emotional fog. You don't get baited into every conflict. You don't give people power through reaction. You stay anchored, which is the rarest form of strength. Being gentle doesn't mean being naive. You can understand someone's pain and still hold them accountable. You can forgive without forgetting patterns. Compassion doesn't require you to rewrite history. It asks you to stop reliving it through bitterness. Your nervous system doesn't need vengeance to feel safe. It needs closure. Connection also includes repairing, not just relating. If you've hurt someone and you care, acknowledgement heals more than justification. I see the impact. I understand why it hurt. I want to do better. These words lower defenses in both bodies involved. Shame dissolves when ownership replaces avoidance. Conflict shrinks when presence replaces ego. And when someone has hurt you, boundaries can be compassionate too. Not every wound requires a confrontation. Sometimes peace is choosing not to reopen a room that only fills you with resentment. Sometimes compassion is walking away without demanding they understand what they broke. The nervous system doesn't need vindication. It needs release. There is also a kind of kindness that exists in solitude. You don't need an audience to generate warmth. Boiling water for tea, putting on lotion slowly, tidying a corner of your room, stretching before bed. These are acts of care that signal safety to your body. They don't fix your life, but they remind your nervous system that you are not abandoning yourself. The mind calms when it trusts you won't ignore its needs until crisis hits. Kindness is preventative medicine. Compassion is nervous system hygiene. The more regularly you practice it, the less often you find yourself in internal emergencies. We're not wired to self-soothe through hostility, yet many people try. They shame themselves for being anxious. They insult themselves for being tired. They scare themselves into being productive. This is emotional violence disguised as discipline. You don't become stronger by speaking to yourself like a drill sergeant who hates you. You become brittle. The calmest people aren't the ones who never feel stress. They're the ones who don't add self-punishment on top of it. They solve problems without narrating their incompetence. They rest without bargaining. They forgive themselves in real time. They understand that the tone they use internally shapes their chemistry, posture, decisions, and relationships. Kindness reduces stress not because it eliminates difficulty, but because it removes unnecessary warfare. The world will challenge you enough. Your mind doesn't need to join the opposition. Compassion gives the nervous system permission to stand down. And when it does, clarity returns, breath deepens, and solutions that were impossible under pressure become visible again. Your body keeps score even when your mind pretends nothing's wrong. You can silence thoughts, distract yourself with noise, perform stability on the outside. But your nervous system doesn't forget. Suppressing stress doesn't delete it. It stores it. And whatever gets stored eventually leaks through behavior, mood, posture, tone, appetite, sleep, or impulsive decisions. People assume breakdowns happen suddenly. They don't. They accumulate in micro-refusals, not resting when tired, not crying when grieving, not speaking when hurt, not pausing when overwhelmed. Every time you override your body's signal, it files the moment under unprocessed. Eventually, the system becomes congested with what you refuse to feel. The collapse only looks abrupt because the build-up was silent. The body has limited ways to communicate distress. If you don't listen to whispers, it starts speaking in symptoms. Headaches, digestive issues, insomnia, muscle tightness, irritability, panic. These aren't random malfunctions. They're the body flagging overload. You're not weak for having symptoms. You're simply out of capacity for carrying what you've refused to release. Stress doesn't always show as shaking hands or racing thoughts. Sometimes it shows as numbness. Detachment is the nervous system's emergency brake. When emotions exceed what you feel capable of handling, your body shuts off the volume. You don't feel better, you just feel less. Numbness is not peace, it's suspension. Overthinking is another symptom disguised as analysis. Spinning scenarios, replaying conversations, predicting outcomes. These loops aren't about problem solving. They're about trying to outrun emotional discomfort. The mind believes that if it can think far enough ahead, it can prevent pain. But stress doesn't dissolve through mental rehearsal. It dissolves through regulation. People think ignoring their stress is strength, but pretending you're fine only delays the crash. Strength isn't pretending, it's responding. It's recognizing when your body is bracing against the world and choosing not to shame it for doing so. You can't bully your nervous system into calm. You can only guide it. Stress that goes unprocessed turns into hypervigilance. You scan rooms for danger that isn't there. You misinterpret neutral faces as threats. Your muscles stay coiled even in safe places. You're not being dramatic. Your system genuinely doesn't know where safety is anymore. It expects attack because it has lived in defense for too long. Sometimes stress looks high-functioning. You meet deadlines, show up on time, keep conversations light, and make everyone think you're fine. But your jaw is always tight. Your chest never fully decompresses. You wake up tired no matter how long you sleep. You mistake being used to it for being unaffected. Adrenaline isn't energy, it's the body spending itself to keep you moving. When people live in chronic stress, they often forget what calm feels like. Silence makes them uneasy. Slowness feels like danger. Restlessness becomes their baseline. They chase stimulation because stillness forces their nervous system to acknowledge how overtaxed it is. But constant motion is not regulation, it's avoidance. The body wants to heal, but it needs permission. That permission comes through behaviors that tell the nervous system it can stand down. Deep breathing is one. Slow inhales and extended exhales send the message that no threat is present. Not because breath is magical, but because panic shortens breath and safety elongates it. When you reverse the pattern consciously, the body follows. Grounding through the senses is another tool. Naming 5 things you see, 4 you can touch, 3 you hear, 2 you smell, 1 you taste. It interrupts the mind's spiral by anchoring you in the physical. Stress lives in the imaginary future and the remembered past. The body lives here in real time. Sensory focus reunites them. Movement helps too, not as punishment or performance, but as release. Shaking out tension, stretching slowly, walking without a destination. These are ways the body discharges adrenaline and resets the loop. You don't have to run miles or lift heavy weights unless that feels regulating. Sometimes regulation looks like rolling your shoulders and unclenching your hands. But the most overlooked form of regulation is honesty. When you say, "I'm overwhelmed" out loud, even to yourself, the nervous system stops wasting energy on pretending. Suppression is labor. Acknowledgement is relief. You're not weak for naming distress. You're conserving strength by stopping the internal wrestling. Stress also shrinks your world. You cancel plans, avoid calls, reduce movement, silence expression. The nervous system does this to limit stimuli when overloaded, but if the contraction lasts too long, isolation becomes another stressor. The goal is not constant expansion, it's flexible movement between effort and rest, solitude and connection. People often think they need to fix everything before they can calm down, but calming down is often what allows solutions to appear. Stress narrows perception. It makes options invisible. Regulation widens the lens. You don't calm the nervous system because life is easy. You calm it so you can live life without constant internal alarms. Ignoring stress doesn't make you stronger, it makes you brittle. You can't outrun what lives in your body. You can only meet it with practices that signal safety. And safety, for the nervous system, is not an idea. It's repetition. It learns through consistency, not declarations. There's a myth that peace comes from subtracting responsibility, abandoning ambition, or escaping reality. But calm isn't built by distancing yourself from life. It's built by simplifying the way you move through it. When the mind and environment are overcrowded, every decision becomes friction. The nervous system doesn't know the difference between too many choices and actual danger. It just reacts to overload. Simplicity isn't about having less. It's about carrying less internally. When you cut down noise, you create room to breathe. This applies to thoughts, schedules, environments, and relationships. The brain craves patterns because predictability lowers stress. When your day is a constant improvisation, your system stays on alert. But when routines are anchored and decisions are fewer, your body begins to believe you're safe. We think busyness is unavoidable, but most overwhelm comes from accidental clutter. Commitments we never meant to keep, digital distractions we never questioned, habits we inherited instead of chose. These things stack up quietly. You don't feel the weight until something small pushes you over. Mental minimalism isn't sterile. It doesn't mean stop thinking or caring. It means trimming the mental static that hijacks your clarity. Half the thoughts that stress you out aren't even yours. They're echoes of expectations, assumptions, and imaginary conversations. The mind gets crowded with loops because it hasn't been taught what deserves attention and what doesn't. A quiet mind isn't empty. It's organized. It knows where to place things. It knows what can wait. When you simplify, you're not erasing complexity. You're arranging it so it doesn't strangle you. Start with decisions. Every choice costs energy. The more options you hold in your head, the more cognitive fuel you burn. That's decision fatigue. It's why even small tasks feel heavy when your day is unstructured. Simplifying decisions through rituals, defaults, or eliminating choices reduces tension before it forms. You're not being rigid, you're protecting bandwidth. The same applies to digital noise. Most people don't realize how much their attention is being extracted in microscopic slices. Notifications yank your nervous system into alert mode dozens or hundreds of times a day. Even when you don't check them, the anticipation keeps your mind slightly tensed. One of the fastest ways to reclaim mental peace is disabling anything that beeps, flashes, or interrupts without necessity. Your environment is a mirror of your mental state and a shaper of it. A crowded desk, a messy room, a chaotic car, a phone full of unused apps, all send the same message to your brain. There is unfinished business here. Even if you ignore it, your nervous system doesn't. The eyes register clutter and whisper, "There's more to do." It's not about aesthetics, it's about sensory signals. Clearing space is not an act of vanity, it is nervous system hygiene. When visual input calms, internal dialogue slows. You're not suddenly enlightened. You're no longer being visually screamed at by your surroundings. Most people underestimate how many stress signals come from the objects around them. Then there's time. Many people don't have a lack of capacity, they have a lack of pacing. Instead of distributing effort evenly, they sprint through days and crash at night. This unpredictability confuses the nervous system. It never knows if rest is coming, so it never fully powers down. When you create rhythm, morning cues, midday pauses, evening signals, the body begins to regulate intuitively. But simplicity isn't just about structure, it's about boundaries. Most mental chaos comes from taking responsibility for things you were never meant to carry. Other people's moods, hypothetical scenarios, future outcomes, past regrets. None of these belong fully to you, yet your system treats them like assignments. Minimalism of the mind means asking a single question: is this mine to hold? If the answer is no, let it pass like weather. You don't fix storms by analyzing every drop of rain. You get through them by sheltering what's essential and letting the rest happen without internal commentary. Reducing obligations is not laziness, it's strategic preservation. You don't need the world's approval to rest. You need your own permission to stop acting like exhaustion is a personality trait. Your nervous system isn't a machine to be optimized. It's a living system that responds to what you feed it. Stillness is not the absence of movement. It's the absence of unnecessary motion. You can be active and peaceful at the same time if nothing is tugging at you that doesn't belong. That's why some people feel calmer walking alone than lying on a couch surrounded by chaos. Calm is not in the posture, it's in the absence of friction. Even conversations become calmer when you simplify your role inside them. Not every moment requires a response. Not every opinion needs defending. When you allow silence to exist without panic, the nervous system stops prepping for conflict. Most mental clutter comes from bracing for reactions that haven't even occurred. The nervous system loves completion. Every unfinished thought, unsent message, delayed task, or postponed conversation lingers like background static. Sometimes the most regulating thing you can do is finish something small, not for productivity, but for closure. One clear surface, one cleared notification, one clarified boundary can change how safe your body feels in the world. Minimalism is not an aesthetic, it's a nervous system strategy. Own fewer thoughts, spend less time negotiating with yourself, stop engaging every idea that passes through your mind. You don't need to outrun your stress, you need to stop feeding it with things unworthy of your energy. When you choose less, you don't end up with scarcity, you end up with space. Space to feel without drowning, space to think without spiraling, space to act without forcing, space to exist without rushing. Peace is not a prize at the end of burnout, it's a practice of rearranging your inner world so your body stops mistaking life for battle. Calm is not a finish line you cross one day and then keep forever. It's a relationship you maintain with your body, your thoughts, your environment, and your choices. A lot of people wait for life to quiet down before they allow themselves to rest. But the world has never agreed to that deal. Calm isn't something you find when things are finally perfect. It's something you build while everything is still moving. There's a belief that stress will completely disappear once you solve everything that's wrong. But new problems always replace old ones. You don't build resilience by waiting for silence. You build it by learning how to stay anchored when noise happens. The people who seem naturally calm aren't lucky. They've just rehearsed their way into regulation through 1,000 small decisions. Slow living isn't about speed, it's about intention. It means you stop living on reflex. It means you stop letting urgency choose for you. When every moment feels like a countdown, your nervous system believes you're being chased. That's why unlearning hurry is one of the most radical forms of nervous system repair. The moment you stop sprinting mentally, your body stops reacting like it's in pursuit of survival. Practicing calm long-term doesn't mean you disconnect from ambition responsibility, or passion. It means you stop tying your worth to how much you can endure without pausing. Hustle culture teaches that exhaustion is admirable and slowness is weakness. But relentless output without recovery isn't strength. It's self-abandonment dressed as dedication. Resilience isn't about being unshakable. It's about knowing how to recover. It's about trusting that you can come back to yourself even when something knocks you sideways. You don't have to be unbothered to be steady. You just need repair systems in place. Your nervous system will always scan for threat, but when you practice calm regularly, it learns faster what isn't danger. The goal is not to eliminate stressors, but to shorten the distance between disruption and reset. Calm doesn't erase discomfort. It increases recovery speed. Long-term mental ease is built through rituals that don't depend on mood. You can't wait to feel peaceful before doing peaceful things. Breathing exercises, movement, time outside, morning routines, evening transitions, when you repeat them consistently, your body adopts them as regulation cues. You train your system the way you'd train muscle memory, through slow repetition. People often underestimate the power of small sanity-saving choices. 5 minutes in silence before you look at a screen. Drinking water before caffeine, letting sunlight touch your face before checking messages, lying down for 3 breaths before standing. These micro-pauses aren't decoration, they're instructions to your nervous system saying, "We're not at war." The long view of calm also means being willing to restart without shame. You will fall off routines. You will have days where you're overstimulated and underrested. You will scroll too long, sleep too late, and say yes to too much. But the nervous system doesn't need perfection. It needs reassurance that you will return. Every reset is a signal of safety. You can't practice calm in the abstract. You have to build it into your physical world. A quiet corner, a playlist that lowers your shoulders, a walk at the same stretch of day, a light you dim at the same time each night. These aren't luxuries. They're neural anchors that give your body familiarity when everything else shifts. The future version of you who feels composed and grounded is not waiting in a different life. They are built choice by choice in this one. Regulation is cumulative. You don't always notice progress while you're making it, but your system does. Over time, panic gives way to pause, reactivity gives way to reflection, and overwhelm gives way to orientation. Taking the long view also means allowing your pace to change across seasons of life. Some seasons demand output, others demand integration. Some offer stillness, others bring stretch. Calm doesn't mean freezing yourself in one gear. It means adjusting without panic. When you stop expecting every day to look the same, you stop labeling yourself as failing whenever things shift. The reason most people abandon long-term calm is because they expect it to feel easy immediately. But anything you've practiced the opposite of for years will feel foreign at first. Rest will feel unproductive. Silence will feel wrong. Saying no will feel rude. Being present will feel inefficient. That's not failure, that's detox. Your nervous system is weaning off adrenaline. Living slowly in a fast world sometimes makes you feel out of place. But you're not falling behind. You're stepping out of the current that's been sweeping everyone sideways. Most chaos isn't natural, it's normalized. When you choose not to run at that speed, you're not losing, you're reclaiming. The art of calm living isn't glamorous. No one applauds you for breathing deeply at the sink or stretching before bed. There are no awards for turning your phone off during dinner or choosing rest before burnout. But your nervous system takes note. Every uncelebrated act of regulation is a brick in the foundation. You build calm the way trees grow rings, so slowly it's hard to see until years pass and you realize how much sturdier you've become. Noise will always exist. But when you build inner quiet as a habit, not a vacation, you stop being thrown by every gust of wind. The world doesn't get quieter, you do. Sustaining calm over a lifetime isn't about controlling your environment. It's about deepening your response to it. You won't always get silence, predictability, or ideal timing. Some days will test you without warning. But when calm becomes a practice state instead of an occasional escape, you stop depending on perfect conditions to feel grounded. The nervous system learns through repetition, not intensity. One silent weekend won't undo years of high alert, but small, consistent acts of regulation will. The more often you return to center, the more familiar that baseline becomes. Calm stops being an event and starts being the default your body knows how to find again. The long view of mental peace is built on 3 quiet skills: recognizing when you're dysregulated, responding early instead of after collapse, and not shaming yourself for needing to reset. The people who maintain composure in chaos don't have fewer stressors. They have faster recovery loops. Awareness is the first anchor. Most people don't know they're overwhelmed until they snap, withdraw, get sick, or shut down. But the signs appear early if you know how to read them. Your breath stays shallow, your shoulders rise, your eyelids twitch. You lose patience with small things. You scroll without absorbing anything. You stare at a wall but don't feel rested. These are not personality traits. They're notifications from your nervous system. Intervening early doesn't require disappearing or pausing life. It can look like drinking water before speaking, stepping outside for a minute before responding, breathing before making a decision, relaxing your hands before opening your mouth. These are micro-adjustments that rewire the body's urgency sensors. Sustainable calm also depends on not waiting until you're done with everything before you rest. There's always one more task, one more message, one more fix. The nervous system never gets closure if rest is only allowed at the end of the list. The list regenerates. Calm is built by inserting pauses inside motion, not after it. You don't have to like rest for it to work. You just have to practice it long enough for your body to stop treating it like a threat. When stillness feels uncomfortable, it's not because you're incapable of relaxing. It's because you've trained your system to associate tension with safety. That can be untrained. There's also a long-term shift that happens when you stop equating peace with passivity. Calm is not surrender. It's clarity. It's the difference between reacting and choosing. When your nervous system is regulated, you don't stop caring. You stop scrambling. You don't become apathetic. You become precise. One of the biggest determinants of lifelong calm is self-trust. Most anxiety is the mind not believing it can handle what might come, but confidence doesn't grow from imagining flawless outcomes. It grows from consistently returning to yourself after hard ones. Every time you survive something you weren't ready for, your nervous system stores a new reference point. We've done this before, and we're still here. Connection also matters more than people admit. Solitude can regulate, but isolation exhausts the nervous system over time. Humans co-regulate. Your breathing changes around certain people. Your tension drops when someone listens without fixing. Even a brief moment of being understood relaxes the body in a way solitude can't replicate. But calm doesn't always come from softness. Sometimes it comes from boundaries so firm they startle people. The long view means learning that protecting your peace will occasionally disappoint others. And that is not cruelty, it's calibration. Your nervous system can't stabilize in environments where you're constantly over-explaining, over-giving, or over-performing. Letting go is another long-term discipline. You won't remember most of what stressed you 5 years ago. You won't care about most of the people who misunderstood you. You won't need most of the things you once chased. Calm grows in proportion to how much you stop gripping what doesn't need you anymore. And the body remembers joy too. Calm isn't only about relieving tension, it's about courting ease, play, pause, and softness with the same commitment you give to planning and productivity. Laughter is regulation. So is daydreaming. So is stepping barefoot into grass or lying on the floor staring at the ceiling. Pleasure without demand resets neural chemistry in ways discipline alone can't. There will always be seasons where things feel heavier. Calm doesn't mean those seasons don't affect you. It means you don't abandon yourself when they do. You keep some ritual intact, a walk, a notebook, a quiet light, a breath before speaking. That's the long view. Not perfection, but persistence. Even as life changes, certain truths don't. The body speaks through symptoms. The breath is a reset lever. Overstimulation has a cost. Rest is not a luxury. Time alone and time connected both matter. Silence is medicine when not used as punishment. Movement untangles thoughts. Clutter steals clarity. Boundaries create oxygen. Awareness catches what control cannot. Peace stops feeling like something you chase and becomes something you return to. Even when it leaves, it doesn't disappear. It waits. The more you practice coming back, the less afraid you become of losing it. Eventually, calm isn't an identity you have to perform. It's a home your body knows how to walk back into in the dark. Not because life got easier, but because you stopped living at war with yourself. There comes a point when you stop trying to escape stress and start learning to move around it with more intelligence. Not every discomfort requires resistance. Some tension dissolves not because you forced it to disappear, but because you finally stopped wrestling it. The nervous system spends half its energy reacting to reactions. When you remove the extra layer of panic about being overwhelmed, you cut the intensity in half. Calm isn't always about soothing. Sometimes it's about unhooking. You don't have to emotionally invest in every sensation that passes through your body. You can notice tension without building a story around it. You can feel anxiety and still move with precision. Detachment isn't coldness, it's energy conservation. It's deciding not everything that rises deserves negotiation. One of the reasons stress clings is because people substitute rumination for resolution. You revisit the same situation in your head as if more analysis will change physics. But nothing rewires the nervous system until the body experiences something different. You won't think your way into regulation. You feel your way into it through action, allowance, or release. There's a powerful shift that happens when you choose not to amplify what's already loud. Instead of spiraling into what-ifs, you anchor to what is. You slow your gestures. You unclench your jaw. You lower your shoulders. You speak softer. You blink longer. These are physical messages to your nervous system that urgency is not required. The brain listens to the body more than the body listens to the brain. Silence is not just the absence of noise, it's the absence of reaction. You don't have to weigh in mentally on everything your mind broadcasts. Thoughts are not commands. Sensations are not verdicts. Calm often starts by refusing to add commentary to a passing discomfort. The moment you stop narrating your stress, it loses half its volume. A regulated person is not someone who never feels overwhelmed. It's someone who doesn't abandon themselves when they do. Self-abandonment looks like ignoring hunger, overriding fatigue, laughing when you want to cry, staying where your body is contracting, forcing yes when every muscle says no. You don't have to collapse into emotion, but you do have to stay present with it long enough for it to move through you. You can tell when someone has made peace a practice rather than a performance. They don't chase validation for their stillness. They don't advertise how centered they are. They don't panic when routines shift. They don't treat rest like a guilty pleasure. There's a softness in how they move, not because life is easy, but because they stopped living in resistance. The nervous system changes through repetition, but it also changes through safety signals that feel organic. You can't force calm any more than you can command a wound to close. But you can create the right environment for it to happen naturally. Less noise, fewer unnecessary conversations, fewer tabs open, fewer scattered yeses, more space between stimuli and response. The ability to delay reaction is one of the most underrated forms of power. Stress thrives on immediacy. The faster you respond to every trigger, the more your body stays braced. When you build in even 5 seconds of pause, your brain has time to reevaluate whether action is needed or not. Those 5 seconds become a doorway out of survival mode. It's easy to think peace comes from knowing what happens next. But the nervous system doesn't actually need certainty. It needs signals that you're capable of handling uncertainty. That shift changes everything. Instead of scanning for perfection, you scan for cues of safety you can generate yourself. Grounding, movement, breath, boundaries, truth-telling. Even the desire to fix yourself can be another stressor. Framing calm as a self-improvement project creates pressure where rest should live. The moment you treat nervous system regulation like a grade to earn, you activate the very patterns you're trying to unwind. Liberation comes when you stop chasing a calmer version of yourself and start supporting the one that exists. One of the most healing things you can do is let your body feel without immediately filing a complaint about the feeling. You can be tired without diagnosing collapse. You can feel fear without assuming disaster. You can want to cry without assigning blame. Emotional regulation isn't the absence of emotion. It's the absence of war with emotion. Calm becomes more available when you stop expecting your mind to be a machine. You forget that fatigue changes perception. Hunger distorts thinking. Dehydration impersonates anxiety. Lack of movement mimics depression. Isolation magnifies self-criticism. You might not be broken, you might just be under-resourced. Recovery isn't always spectacular. Sometimes the most regulating moment of your day is drinking water in silence, wiping a counter slowly, stretching your spine before standing, breathing before replying, closing your eyes for 30 seconds while the world continues without you. These aren't small, they're foundational. They remind your nervous system that you're not constantly required to perform. There's no finish line where you earn the right to rest. Life won't pause so you can recalibrate. You have to weave recalibration into the fabric of living. That's the real continuation of calm, not chasing quiet, but carrying it. There's a point where your body stops asking for dramatic solutions and starts begging for consistency. Most people ignore the whispers and only listen when exhaustion starts screaming. But regulation doesn't begin in crisis. It's built in the quiet moments when no one is watching you choose differently. Your nervous system learns just as much from what you stop doing as from what you start. People talk about feeling stuck, but stuckness is often just unprocessed momentum. Your body stores the truths you don't speak, the exits you don't take, the boundaries you don't set. Energy doesn't disappear because you refuse to feel it. It waits. It hardens into tension, tightens your breathing, shortens your patience. You think you're managing it because you're functioning, but functionality without regulation is just a disguised emergency. The nervous system doesn't respond to theories, it responds to pattern interruptions. If your body has rehearsed panic for years, you can't dismantle that by simply telling yourself to calm down. You replace panic by giving your body new sequences to trust. Slow gestures, exhales that last longer than the inhale, pauses before responding, walking away before explaining. These aren't coping mechanisms, they are recalibrations. Rest is not the same thing as relief. Relief is a break from discomfort. Rest is a return to self. You can get relief from scrolling, drinking, venting, numbing, but you don't come back to yourself through avoidance. Rest is confrontational in its own way. It asks you to stop distracting yourself and sit with what your body has been trying to say beneath all the noise. You don't need more inspiration, you need more regulation. Inspiration without regulation turns into pressure. Ambition without regulation turns into burnout. Healing without regulation turns into emotional flooding. Even relationships without regulation become codependent or volatile because you enter them dysregulated and then depend on the other person to fix what your nervous system is broadcasting. The body keeps score not just of the harm done to you, but of the repair you postpone. Every time you override your exhaustion to be polite, every time you force a smile to keep someone else comfortable, every time you swallow a boundary to avoid being misunderstood, your body pays the bill. Eventually, the tab shows up in your sleep, digestion, irritability, bone-deep fatigue, or sudden emotional waves that feel disproportionate to the moment. One of the most compassionate things you can do is stop abandoning your needs for the sake of appearing functional. Doing everything by yourself isn't strength. It's hypervigilance disguised as pride. You learn to not need help because you associated asking with danger, rejection, or humiliation. But the nervous system doesn't care about your narratives of self-sufficiency. It just knows when it's carrying more than it can sustain. The way you speak to yourself when you're overwhelmed matters more than almost anything else. A dysregulated person calling themselves lazy, stupid, overdramatic, or weak will stay dysregulated no matter how many coping strategies they read about. Your body interprets your tone as a cue. Speak to yourself like someone you're responsible for protecting, not someone you're disgusted by. Calm isn't always soft. Sometimes the calmest decision is saying no with a flat voice and no explanation. Sometimes it's stepping back from a conversation mid-sentence because your nervous system is done negotiating. Sometimes it's cancelling instead of pushing through. Sometimes it's not returning the call, not responding to the provocation, not explaining your boundary in a tone that invites debate. People think growth looks like more endurance, but real growth often looks like less tolerance for what harms you. You stop calling it being patient and start calling it self-abandonment. You stop justifying your stress response and start tracing it back to environments you were never meant to adapt to. You don't heal by becoming better at withstanding harm. You heal by no longer internalizing it as your responsibility to manage silently. There's a difference between being resilient and being braced. Bracing feels like tension, like scanning for the next interruption, like waiting for things to go wrong so you can be prepared. Resilience feels like knowing you can meet difficulty without dissolving inside it. The nervous system can't relax into resilience until it stops expecting an attack in every moment of stillness. Sometimes the most profound healing happens not through breakthroughs, but through subtle rewrites of ordinary days. Waking up without checking your phone immediately, eating before you're starving, not explaining why you're tired, washing your face slowly instead of rushing, sitting in your car an extra minute before walking inside. These micro-interruptions signal to your body that it no longer has to sprint through existence. And then there's grief, the kind you don't notice because you labeled it something else. You call it overthinking, procrastination, irritability, detachment, or disinterest. But often, grief is what forms when your nervous system stays in protection mode for too long. Grief for the versions of you that were never allowed to rest. Grief for the years spent surviving what was never safe. Grief for the body that didn't get to move gently until it began to shut down. You don't have to earn slowness. You don't have to justify taking up space without producing something. You don't have to present your exhaustion with a reason that sounds acceptable by someone else's metric. Your nervous system doesn't care about your productivity report. It cares about whether you feel trapped. The greatest shift happens when you stop negotiating with your limits and start respecting them. The body becomes regulated not when you dominate it into behaving, But when you finally listen, without filtering everything through performance and fear, there's a version of you that only shows up when you finally stop rushing, and most people never meet that self because they're too busy outrunning their own nervous system. You don't discover your grounded identity through force. You uncover it when urgency no longer dictates your rhythm. The body isn't asking you to become someone new. It's asking you to return to who you were before panic became your default operating system. The culture around you rewards overstimulation. Fast replies are labeled responsible, overcommitment is praised as dedication, and availability is equated with worth. But being constantly reachable is not the same as being genuinely present. Responding quickly has replaced responding consciously. You don't realize how much pressure you carry until you start doing less and feel the withdrawals like someone coming off an invisible drug. Stillness doesn't mean nothing is happening. Stillness is when integration occurs. You can't metabolize your experiences while sprinting through them. The mind tries to catch up and process what the body has already endured, but without stillness, the backlog becomes overwhelm. What you call anxiety might just be unprocessed life sitting in your tissues, waiting for you to slow down long enough to feel it and file it where it belongs. You're not failing because you're tired. You're tired because you've been performing functionality inside an unregulated environment. Most people don't fear slowing down because they dislike rest. They fear what will surface once the noise stops. Silence is confronting when you've used distraction as a shield. But the thoughts you're avoiding don't weaken you by being felt. They weaken you by being stored. When you start to regulate, you don't immediately feel peaceful. Sometimes you feel agitation first. Your nervous system interprets slower pacing as withdrawal from chaos, and withdrawal often feels like something is wrong. You've been conditioned to think anxiety is the alarm, but sometimes calm is the alarm, because it's unfamiliar. You question it, sabotage it, or try to earn it instead of receiving it. Your relationship with time changes when you stop living in reaction mode. Urgency shrinks your world to the next thing that might go wrong. Regulation widens it to include the things that are already safe. A nervous system that has only known threat will scan every environment for what's missing instead of acknowledging what's stable. You're not pessimistic, you're wired for protection. Self-regulation is not about isolation, it's about sovereignty. You stop outsourcing your emotional climate to other people's moods. You stop waiting for permission to disengage. You stop giving every ping, message, or tone of voice the right to throw off your equilibrium. Not everything deserves a reaction, and not every reaction requires expression. Sometimes the most powerful response is non-participation. Decision fatigue is not always about options, it's about dysregulation. When your body is in a low-level stress state, even basic choices feel threatening. What to wear, what to say, where to go, when to rest. Everything becomes a negotiation with your perceived safety. That's why people crave routines, not because routine is boring, but because it lowers the cognitive burden of existing. You might think you're bad at relaxing, but it's more likely that you've only ever attempted it through numbing. Numbing is the absence of sensation. Regulation is the capacity to feel without being overwhelmed. When you numb, you escape. When you regulate, you return. Your body isn't asking to be silenced, it's asking to be heard more gently. One of the deepest forms of nervous system repair happens through monotasking. Doing one thing at a time, without toggling between tabs, thoughts, apps, and expectations, creates a rhythm the body can trust. You don't realize how much internal friction multitasking causes until you pause long enough to feel the relief of singular focus. Drinking tea without checking notifications, walking without a podcast, folding clothes without rushing to the next task. These moments don't perform productivity, but they restore capacity. The myth that everything is urgent has trained people to override their intuition. You feel tired and call it laziness. You feel overwhelmed and call it weakness. You feel disconnected and call it moodiness. But regulation begins when you stop gaslighting your own signals. Your body has been telling the truth the whole time. You were just taught to mistrust its language. Even your posture tells a story about your nervous system. Shoulders raised, jaw clenched, breath shallow, feet tense. Your body rehearses threat through shape. Regulation can start with the physical before the mental catches on, dropping your shoulders an inch, unclenching your teeth, putting both feet on the floor, stretching without turning it into a workout. These aren't small gestures. They're new instructions to a system that has been overworking in silence. Healing isn't just about what you let go of, it's also about what you stop picking up. You don't need to hold every silence with suspicion. You don't need to decode every facial expression as danger. You don't need to interpret every pause as rejection. A regulated nervous system doesn't assume loss in every quiet moment. It trusts that neutrality exists. You may not realize how many of your opinions, impulses, and reactions are just echoes of past dysregulation trying to keep you safe in the wrong timeline. Not every instinct is intuition. Some are habits formed in survival mode. Regulation is what allows you to tell the difference. When the body is calm, perception becomes clearer. You're not deciding from fear, you're deciding from presence. The goal isn't to never get triggered. The goal is to increase your capacity to return to baseline without abandoning yourself. Regulation gives you that bridge back. Instead of spiraling for hours or days, you feel the swell, honor it, and release it without making it your identity. A quiet mind doesn't mean an empty one. It means the thoughts passing through aren't all treated like emergencies. You become the observer, not the hostage. You stop narrating every discomfort as catastrophe. You stop assigning meaning to every flutter of unease. The mind stops sprinting ahead to create problems to solve and starts moving at the speed of the present moment. The nervous system doesn't heal through perfection. It heals through repetition. Every time you choose not to rush, every time you breathe before reacting, every time you step away before you snap, every time you rest without guilt, your body logs it as a new pattern. Safety becomes something you practice, not something you fantasize about. There comes a moment when you realize your mind isn't loud because it's broken. It's loud because no one ever taught it how to rest without shutting down. You think your thoughts are the enemy, but often they're just signals trapped in a loop, trying to finish a sentence you keep walking away from. Regulation isn't about forcing stillness. It's about teaching your inner world that it doesn't have to scream to be heard. If you've lived most of your life in a constant state of internal bracing, peace will feel suspicious before it feels safe. You don't know how to inhabit ease without scanning for what might interrupt it. Calm becomes something you monitor instead of something you receive. This isn't self-sabotage, it's muscle memory. Your body remembers the cost of being unguarded, even when your mind can't trace it back to a moment. You don't erase that memory with affirmations or logic. You rewrite it through consistent evidence that rest doesn't always precede disruption, that silence doesn't always mean someone is angry, that slowing down doesn't equal being left behind. A dysregulated system needs proof before it trusts, and you offer that proof through repetition, not performance. One of the most overlooked forms of self-regulation is reducing your internal audience. Most people don't realize they're constantly narrating their existence to an imaginary panel of critics, real or inherited. Every decision is weighed against the fear of disappointing someone who may not even be present. You don't need everyone to approve your pace. You need to stop auditioning for permission to feel safe in your own timing. Even your joy is not immune to stress conditioning. You can be laughing with friends and still brace for the emotional bill. You can be resting and still anticipate being punished for the pause. You can be in love and still scan for signs of withdrawal. The nervous system doesn't calibrate to logic, it calibrates to experience. And if your experience has paired tenderness with loss or stillness with danger, your body will guard you against what you consciously crave. You have to stop waiting for the perfect environment before you allow your body to regulate. Calm isn't something you find, it's something you build from the inside out. You can be surrounded by chaos and still not internalize it. The goal isn't to escape noise entirely, but to stop letting it set the rhythm of your breath. A strange thing happens when your system begins to regulate. You stop needing extremes to feel alive. The crash and recover cycle loses its appeal. High-intensity emotions no longer feel like proof that something matters. You stop mistaking adrenaline for passion, exhaustion for effort, and crisis for purpose. You start noticing the subtler signals: contentment without a climax, satisfaction without a chase. Many people think they're afraid of failure, but what they're really afraid of is exposure while dysregulated. When your system is on edge, even small tasks feel like high-stakes performances. You avoid starting not because you're incapable, but because your body is anticipating judgment, rejection, or depletion before you even move. Regulation lowers the perceived threat level of beginning. You don't need a perfect plan to feel stable. You need fewer points of internal conflict. When your thoughts, body, and pace are negotiating against each other, of course, you feel overwhelmed. Alignment isn't mystical. It's simply when your nervous system isn't fighting your intentions. Doing something slowly without guilt is sometimes more profound than finishing quickly with tension. Unlearning urgency means redefining what counts as productive. If you only value what produces visible results, you'll dismiss most forms of nervous system healing because they don't perform for an audience. You won't post about breathing slower. You won't brag about not replying right away. You won't track the absence of panic like you track milestones. But your body keeps a different score, the kind that doesn't need witnesses. Another layer of regulation is selective access. Not everyone should have immediate entry to your attention, your energy, or your reactions. You don't owe anyone a real-time response if your body is still coming down from invisible alarms. You are allowed to create gaps between stimulus and response, not as avoidance, but as preservation. Distance isn't always disconnection. It can be recalibration. There's relief in realizing not every thought requires engagement. Some thoughts exist only because your system is scanning for danger and creating hypothetical outcomes to preempt disappointment. You don't need to analyze every mental notification. You can let thoughts pass the way you let cars drive by, without chasing each one to see where it's going. Silence doesn't demand explanation. You don't have to narrate your pauses to anyone, including yourself. You can be quiet because your nervous system needs oxygen, not because something is wrong. Recovery doesn't always look like saying the right thing. It sometimes looks like saying nothing until your breath returns to its proper depth. People often assume healing will make them softer, but real regulation makes you clearer. Clarity strips away the performance of agreeability. You stop cushioning your boundaries with apologies. You stop over-explaining your number. You don't rush to fill the pauses others find uncomfortable. You stop performing emotional availability for people who haven't earned access to your regulated state. There's a version of strength that doesn't come from tension. It comes from nervous system neutrality, where you're not charged, not shrinking, not flaring, not collapsing. You're simply present. In that state, you don't need to win arguments, defend your choices, or chase validation. You hold your ground without armor because you're no longer in a battlefield disguised as a conversation. You will know you're regulating when boredom feels like rest instead of panic, when silence feels like space instead of punishment, when restlessness fades without requiring distraction, when your body stops rehearsing disasters before they happen, when you stop thinking you have to earn your next exhale. Your calm will confuse people who only knew you in urgency. Some will think you're withdrawing. Some will think you've changed too much. Some will push against the quieter version of you because they fed off the frantic one. Let them be confused. You are not responsible for translating your healing into something others can consume comfortably. When your body learns safety, your mind follows, with fewer alarms, fewer detours, and fewer ghosts steering you where you no longer need to go. There's a point when your system stops begging for a breakthrough and starts asking for rhythm. Healing stops being dramatic and becomes a kind of quiet maintenance. You stop hunting for the big moment that changes everything and start noticing the small choices that change how you carry yourself through a day. Regulation isn't a transformation you feel all at once. It's something you realize when you stop bracing for the impact that never comes. People think calm is an emotion, but it's really a condition, an internal landscape that makes room for everything else without letting it take over. You don't have to feel happy to be regulated. You can be grieving and regulated. You can be uncertain and regulated. You can be dissatisfied and regulated. The difference is that you're not at war with your own body while you're experiencing it. There's a version of your voice that only appears once your nervous system no longer feels like it has to justify its existence. You speak differently when you're not rushing. Your tone loses its edge. Your pauses stop sounding like apologies. You don't cram your sentences to prove you're still worth listening to if someone interrupts. Regulation gives you back your cadence. Even your presence in a room changes. You're not scanning faces as if reading weather patterns. You don't calculate your next move based on who might misinterpret you. You stop evaluating the temperature of the room before you decide how much of yourself is safe to reveal. You don't shrink or overperform. You just exist without contortion. You don't escape overstimulation by numbing your senses. You escape it by letting your senses experience one thing at a time. Taste your food without staring at a screen. Let a sound exist without needing to label it. Feel your feet inside your shoes. Notice the temperature of the room without trying to change it. These moments aren't spiritual exercises. They're nervous system exits from hypervigilance. You might not realize how much you've been rushing through your own life until slowing down makes you emotional. Tears don't always come from sadness. Sometimes they come from contact. When you finally meet your body where it is instead of dragging it through another obligation, the relief can feel like a collapse. That's not weakness. That's your system exhaling for the first time in years. Rest stops being something you seek only when you break. It becomes part of the structure, not a repair. You close your eyes for a minute, not because you're exhausted, but because you're allowed. You pause mid-sentence to breathe, not because you lost your train of thought, but because you're not in a race. You go to bed before you're falling apart. You stop using depletion as your permission slip. You start recognizing how many of your past choices were made while your body was screaming under the surface. The relationships you stayed in because you mistook anxiety for attraction. The jobs you accepted because you confused urgency with purpose. The conversations you avoided because you couldn't regulate enough to speak clearly. It's not regret, it's awareness. And awareness is what lets you do it differently without punishing who you were. Triggers don't vanish when you regulate, they just stop hijacking your entire system. You feel the jolt, the surge, the familiar tightening, but instead of spiraling, you ground. You step away. You name it without merging with it. You take a breath instead of taking the blame. The trigger becomes a visitor instead of a captor. The more regulated you become, the less interesting chaos feels. You stop confusing intensity with connection, adrenaline with chemistry, overthinking with intuition. You don't chase highs that cost you your equilibrium. You don't treat peace like a temporary vacation. You treat it like home base. You won't always get applause for it. Some people preferred you frantic, available, apologetic, always explaining yourself. Your panic made them comfortable because it kept you predictable. Your exhaustion made you agreeable. Your self-abandonment made you easy to access. When you regulate, you become less editable by other people's expectations. There's grief in that shift too. Not because you want to return to dysregulation, but because you start noticing how many connections were built on your lack of boundaries. You don't need to hate those people. You just stop shaping yourself around their comfort. Your calm becomes a filter. The ones meant to stay will adjust or step back. Either way, you don't abandon your progress to keep familiar patterns alive. Your capacity grows in ways that don't look impressive from the outside. You start finishing things you used to procrastinate on. You enjoy tasks that once felt suffocating. You remember things without panic. You handle delays without spiraling. You listen to people without disappearing into their emotions. You wake up without feeling like you're already behind. Regulation doesn't always announce itself. You often notice it because of what no longer happens. You don't rehearse confrontations in your head for hours. You don't check your phone to confirm your worth. You don't get headaches from pretending you're fine. You don't dread silence because it no longer exposes the noise you were avoiding. There's a new kind of self-respect that develops when you stop abandoning your body to maintain an identity. You don't override exhaustion to prove reliability. You don't swallow anger just to keep the peace. You don't say yes from fear of losing someone. You don't measure your value by how quickly you respond, fix, show up, or sacrifice. Instead of dissociating to endure discomfort, you orient yourself. Where am I? What do I feel? What's actually happening versus what I'm predicting? These simple check-ins rewire panic into presence. You don't analyze yourself into calm, you locate yourself into it. Eventually, the nervous system stops living in tomorrow's threat and starts inhabiting today's body. You stop rushing to the end of every moment. You stop treating every pause like a prelude to bad news. You stop living like you're trying to get away from the life you haven't even experienced yet. And that's the real shift. You don't just survive your nervous system anymore. You live inside it without fear. You move through days without anticipating collapse. You wake up without dread. You rest without rehearsing disaster. You experience peace without calling it temporary. There's a kind of calm that doesn't announce itself with softness. It arrives disguised as clarity, not the kind that feels dreamy or distant, but the grounded awareness that comes when your nervous system finally stops negotiating with panic. You begin to see how much of your identity was shaped by tension, how many of your choices were made to satisfy fear rather than alignment. Regulation doesn't erase who you are. It edits out the parts you built only to survive. You start noticing how silence feels different now. It doesn't echo with accusation or anticipation. It doesn't demand you fill it with noise or movement. You no longer chase distraction the moment stillness appears. Quiet becomes breathable. Empty space becomes neutral instead of threatening. That alone rewrites your internal landscape more than any productivity hack or affirmation ever could. Your tolerance for self-abandonment drops without fanfare. You don't force yourself into conversations that drain you. You don't volunteer for emotional labor just to avoid discomfort. You don't contort yourself to sound agreeable when your body is saying no. And interestingly, you don't over-explain the no when you give it. You don't wrap it in softness just to protect someone else's perception of you. You understand that clarity is not cruelty. Even your relationship with urgency shifts. The old compulsion to react instantly loses its grip. You pause before replying, not because you're unsure, but because you know your energy is not obligated to every request. You let messages sit. You don't sprint through obligations with resentment. You complete things on your terms instead of panic's timeline. Your nervous system learns that unfinished doesn't mean unsafe. The idea of being misunderstood stops feeling life-threatening. You recognize that someone else's interpretation doesn't qualify as danger. You don't scramble to fix their assumptions. You don't rush to provide context that wasn't earned. You don't rehearse imaginary clarifications in your head long after the conversation ends. You let people draw their own conclusions and let your peace remain unbothered by them. You measure progress differently. You stop tracking dramatic emotional swings as proof of transformation. You start noticing the lack of collapse as evidence of healing. When inconvenience doesn't send you spiraling. When you receive criticism without shame melting your spine. When plans shift and your breath doesn't hitch. When someone withdraws and your nervous system doesn't equate it with abandonment. These are the quiet revolutions. You begin to understand why exhaustion used to feel like part of your personality. It wasn't who you were, it was the cost of constantly bracing. When your body lives in anticipation of threat, even joy is labor. You couldn't relax because every moment of peace felt like a setup. The body doesn't rest when it expects to be punished for it. Now, the threat response isn't the baseline. The system doesn't sprint just to stand still. Even your focus recalibrates. Instead of living 5 steps ahead and 3 steps behind, you start inhabiting the inch of time you're actually in. You wash dishes, and only wash dishes. You walk without inventing 10 future disasters. You listen without preloading your defense. You breathe without rationing every inhale. The mind stops being the stage for every catastrophe you might one day face. You realize how many patterns were inherited, not chosen. The way your body freezes when someone raises their voice. The way you apologize before asking for space. The way you feel guilty resting next to someone who's still working. These reflexes didn't appear randomly. You adapted them to survive environments that rewarded self-neglect. Regulation gives you permission to return what never belonged to you. There is a gentler way to exist inside yourself, not through detachment, but through unlearning hypervigilance. When someone else is upset, you don't absorb their tone as a personal indictment. When silence falls, you don't assume rejection is loading in the background. When conflict happens, you don't prepare for exile before the conversation even begins. You trust your capacity to witness emotion without dissolving under it. Your body learns the difference between discomfort and danger. You stop reacting to inconvenience like it's a trapdoor. Traffic is just traffic. Delay is just delay. A change of plans isn't abandonment. A quiet tone isn't hostility. Someone else's mood isn't a weather report for your safety. This separation frees up an enormous amount of emotional energy you didn't realize you'd been hemorrhaging. Fatigue becomes information instead of accusation. You rest when you're tired, not when you're broken. You don't shame yourself for needing recovery. You don't treat depletion like a moral failure. Your body stops being an adversary to discipline. It becomes the compass. When you listen to it, things stop turning into emergencies. The way you show up for others evolves too. You don't fix to feel secure. You don't sacrifice to feel valuable. You don't absorb what doesn't belong to you just to prove your loyalty. You offer presence instead of self-erasure. You stop equating love with depletion. You give without performing. You stop believing that your nervous system must suffer for connection to exist. You begin to understand that peace isn't the absence of sensation. It's the absence of internal combat. You still feel things. You still get triggered. You still get tired. But it doesn't consume you. You don't abandon yourself at the first sign of discomfort. You don't sprint into old coping patterns because they're familiar. The space between emotion and action opens wider, and in that space, you choose differently. You become harder to provoke, not because you're detached, but because you're anchored. Chaos doesn't seduce you. Drama doesn't entertain you. You don't feel the need to chase every misunderstanding, correct every narrative, or participate in every energetic tug of war. You can let people be wrong without losing your stability. Eventually, the quiet becomes your default tone rather than an occasional reprieve. Not empty quiet, rooted quiet. A kind that lets your mind move at the pace of breath instead of alarm. A kind that lets you meet the day without preloading panic. A kind that lets you speak, rest, pause, connect, disengage, or simply exist without asking for permission from the parts of you that always expected danger. And maybe the most healing realization of all, peace was never out there. It wasn't buried in a retreat, a career shift, a relationship, a routine, or a destination. It was always tied to your capacity to stop waging war inside your own body. Once the war ends, everything else stops being a battleground.